the meeting.
Once again, Father, we come before you to give you thanks, to give you praise. We pray for our community. We pray for each citizen that live within our community and those in adjacent to our community. Pray for this commission that you continue to bless us and lead us in the way that should go, and we'll give you the praise and the thanks. Amen.
Amen. Pledge
allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, good evening, and thank you everyone for joining us this evening. Charles Rudd is on his way. He'll be here probably about 6:15, but we're going to go ahead and start the meeting. He had an appointment that he could not miss. So we're going to go ahead and start the meeting. I would like to start off with talking a little bit about this past weekend. And if you noticed as you drove in, the trees, aren't the trees beautiful with the lights in it? That is thanks to both Commissioner West and her husband, Ron West. And of course, our staff here, Ron. Ronnie was out there. Somebody said something to me. Well, I saw Ronnie doing something, and I said, well, which one? I said, it takes a village of Ronnies to get to light up the city. So it looks beautiful. I hope everyone enjoys it. Also, we had this past weekend, for those of you that were here, we had the Crescent City Venture Corps and the Purple Plum Players, and they kicked off with the lighting of the park. That was the first one that we've had. Very well received. We had a great group. We had hot chocolate for everyone and cookies and cookie decorating, and it was a nice night. The Purple Plum Players did the entertainment for us.
And the rocket launch.
And the rocket launch. And we planned that just perfectly, that during all of that, the rocket launch went off. And so we were all able to stop and see that. And then it carried over into with the Lions Club and their Eva Lions Park holiday celebration. That started on Friday. And then we had, of course, our parade, which was a lot of fun for everybody that participated or that was the bystanders that were there watching. Then the yacht club on Saturday evening ended our evening, and I don't know how many of you saw the fireworks, but I have to say that for a small community, our fireworks display that the yacht club puts off is absolutely beautiful. You heard a lot of ahs throughout the crowd. So it was a nice kickoff to the holiday season. We thank everybody. I know we're going to miss some names and some people, but we just thank everybody that's been involved in trying to lift the spirits here in the city. So with that, oh, and we also had the Presbyterian Church. They had their tea, and I believe it went off well. And the Women's Club, and they had their craft show this weekend. So it was a busy weekend. I think this weekend, everybody's going to rest.
Yeah.
So it'll be a weekend of rest. I do know Willac is having their big event. So make sure you go out and support that community as well. They've got a lot going on this next weekend. But I do want to, again, thank everybody for what we've been going through. We are going to have movies in the park. Our first one is going to be Saturday, December 18th, and we're going to do French. So I'm real excited about that. I think that'll be a lot of fun. Everybody bring a chair, bring a blanket, whatever you want to sit on, and enjoy that. I believe it's going to start at 6 o'clock.
I think so.
6 o'clock. I believe it's 6 o'clock. We'll have Charles verify that when he comes in, but I'm pretty sure that's
It'll be dark.
It'll be dark. It'll be dark.
Very
Yeah,
dark.
it'll be dark. It'll be dark. And so with that, I'm going to lead off. We have our minutes. We've got the minutes from October 14th, 2021. I'm going to need a motion to accept those.
I'll make the motion to approve the October 14th minutes.
I second.
Okay.
All right.
We have a motion and we have a second. All in favor, say aye. You have a
Aye.
comment? Hold on, wait a second. We have a comment, Commissioner Vita.
I had some corrections and additions, and I can't put my hand, Karen just passed them out. I can't put my hand on them. Thank you, Judy.
It's December 9th.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay, yes, sir, that's it.
Right, it's an email. It says,
Commissioner DeVito, please speak into your mic. Thank
sorry
you.
about that. Yes, I identified, what I thought were a list of 6 things that were either corrections or additions. I talked to our clerk, Karen Hayes, about them, and it turns out we don't need number 1 and we don't need number 6, because those were actually, the way they were supposed to be, or they didn't need to be corrected. But basically the list in front of you, blah, blah, blah.
So we're gonna need 2 through 5, is that what you're saying?
Yes, two
Okay.
through 5, mainly just, correct the spelling of read,
Okay,
you know, which is, of course, could be there. And then, the main, number 5 is just clarifying, it says we'll need to amend the ordinance and clarifying that it's the city parks ordinance. And then, number 4 was really the most important one.
okay. And then-
Detailing about Mr. Brierly's comment that he also submitted a letter and that gave 18 years of history of the speeding on Pine Street.
Okay,
The problems.
we have a motion, do you want to amend that with accepting the corrections? Would you pull your mic to you, please? Yeah.
Okay, so we'll amend that to approve the October 14th City Commission workshop minutes with the corrections as well.
Okay, we have
Second.
a motion and a second, all in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, nay. Okay. Passes. Then we've got for our, we did these all individually, so that was on the December 9th one. The Commissioner DeVito did that one, so let's go back to.
Wait, that was October 14th.
That
It was
October
October
14th.
The email was today.
Oh,
December
that's right,
9th.
December 9th, okay, you're
Way
right.
back there on the
Okay,
14th.
you're right, okay. All
Sorry.
right. That's why I need to put my glasses on. Okay, so let's go to the November 9th
Okay,
minutes.
I'll make that motion to approve the November 9th City Commission meeting.
Okay.
minutes.
We have a motion. We have a second by Commissioner Banks. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed?
I have 2 things. Sorry.
Okay,
May I please? Okay. The November 9th minutes, they were long, on page 7, the 4th paragraph. The heading is appointment of the chair to the Trees and Gardens Board. The 4th line, the word support, it was Commissioner Burton's motion. It should be appoint. That the motion was that we appoint Electra Sutton. And then after the second sentence, I'm asking if we could please add what I requested at the meeting, and that was that I requested to pend the decision to appoint a chair until the vacant position could be properly advertised. Because I actually voted against doing that at that meeting. I have nothing against Electra Sutton. I like her very much, but I just want to clarify that I asked to pend the decision until we could advertise it.
okay, commissioners, we have 2 changes that she wants to make. One of them is that we would change from support to appoint. And the second change she would like to make would be why she wanted to, I guess, basically chair this
Well,
until.
just to pend it or to table it until we actually advertise it.
So do we want to accept both? Do you want to accept one? Do I have a motion for?
I so move that we accept both changes.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Okay, so moved. Okay, let's go to the November 17th, 2021 minutes. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Okay, so those are motion carries. Next on the agenda, we're going to, I want to introduce, if you would come forward, Doug with Foster and Foster and Bonnie Jensen with KKJL. They're going to talk to us about the police pension or the pension update in general. Welcome, thank you both. Again, I apologize, Charles is trying to get here as fast as he can, so I know he wanted to be part of this presentation.
That's okay. Thank you very much for having us. So,
Hold on one second, I'm sorry. Yes,
Which one to get Mr. Dodds up on the screen? Oh, he's not with this group?
no, he's not with this group, but thank you.
Sorry,
That's
It's the
okay.
next year, right?
I apologize, thank you.
I'm sorry.
Okay,
We've been working this year with the pension plan, as you know, as a result of the ordinance earlier in the year regarding the police department, the pension plan was terminated. And so we've been working with the pension board to terminate the plan in accordance with the Florida statutes. Statutes give the responsibility to determine how to distribute the assets in the plan up to the pension board itself. And so what the board had decided was to allow the retirees the opportunity to either take a lump sum distribution of their assets or to remain in a substituted trust fund to continue to receive their monthly benefit payments. As for the active members, none of whom were fully vested in a benefit, they determined to just pay them out in a lump sum amount of money. So we have worked with Doug. Doug calculated all the numbers. He's a math whiz for us. And so he put together the calculations, and we sent out the letters to the participants notifying them that there was an intent to terminate the pension plan, advising them that for the retirees that they could remain in the substituted trust, continue to receive the payments as they had previously, in accordance with whatever provisions they selected when they left. So however they're going to leave the benefits to their survivors, or that they could take a lump sum amount of money. And so those papers are out with the retirees. My office has been in contact with almost all of the retirees, and they are moving to make those selections. Almost all of the active members have made their selections or have filed their paperwork. So we're moving closer and closer. My office has also prepared a substituted trust fund. So a trust fund that would take the place of the police pension plan, that would pay those retirees who remain in the pension plan. I can tell you that as of September 30th, the pension plan earned almost 21%, 20.87%, as of the end of the fiscal year. So it's a good year in the market. So Doug, I don't know if you wanted to add anything to our process.
Yes, thank you, Bonnie. My job as the actuary is once all of the members have made their elections, Bonnie's she mentioned going through all of that right now. Once all of that's in place, we will create a brand new valuation, which will give the city its funding requirements for the 22-23 year. It should be a very low requirement. It just depends on who takes what option, but that 21% return really gave you a lot of extra monies in the trust fund. And so I'm pretty confident that the valuation we produce, which will give the city its funding obligation going forward, is going to be a pretty low contribution requirement. So that's the stages in this process. It's Bonnie is tying up all the legal part, getting all the members to make their elections, and then we take over and crunch the numbers. From there, it'll be on autopilot. I'll just update the valuation every year, come back, present to the pension board. They'll approve it, and the city will have its new contributions year by year. This is a transition period right now.
So, I think one of the other pieces of information that you all need to be aware of is that, the benefits will be paid to the members for the remainder of their life, and then for whomever they have chosen as their survivors. So ultimately, this is a plan that will only have retirees in it. So at some point, there will be no one left to pay and money in the fund. So ultimately, at the end, the requirement of a terminated pension plan that had accepted state dollars you either need to pay the state back in whole for the money that it put into the plan, and most plans can't do that. And so then you divide the assets based on the contributions that went in. So a ratio, that Doug will do for us. And you know, the city gets a portion of what it put in, and the state would get a portion of what it had put in. So that's just kind of it at the end of the life, but I didn't want to leave without letting you know that there would still be that remaining obligation to the state.
How many members do we currently have?
There are 12 people that we're dealing with. Some of them are entitled to a refund of contributions. They left before the pension plan was terminated, and so they weren't part of the group who's entitled. So once you terminate a pension plan, everyone who's active in the pension plan vests in a future benefit. So they get more than just they can get more than just their refund of contributions, because while they won't get what they fully would have gotten had they reached retirement, they get, if they've got 3 years, they get the full benefit that they would be entitled to for those 3 years of service. So we've got 2 people that were entitled to a refund of contributions. There were 5 active members and 6 retirees. One of the retirees passed away in this process, and he actually was divorced, and so we notified the former spouse that there's a Florida statute that says a divorce voids a designation of beneficiary. So you know we've notified them. So there may be some ongoing issues with that particular person. So in direct answer to your question, there's 13 people we're dealing with, but most of them. We've been in contact with almost all of them, and including speaking directly to them.
So Florida statute requires that if there's a divorce, even if they're a named beneficiary.
So there's a Florida statute that unless you rename them, unless the divorce
Okay.
decree itself says that they're entitled to the benefit.
That makes sense. Okay. Okay. Commissioners, do we have any questions? Commissioner DeVito, you have questions?
Sure. Hi, thank y'all for being here, first of all. It actually doesn't say on the agenda, and I don't know the name of your firm.
So my law firm is Klausner, Kaufman, Jensen, and Levinson.
From where?
Our office is in Plantation.
Okay. And so is it possible that what you presented to us verbally can be given to us in writing so that we have some kind of report that can be filed with the minutes? Is that possible? Okay, and then basically, what is the balance in the pension fund?
You know, let me check. I actually saw so there is an investment consultant that has been working with the board for many years. And I saw her this morning and asked her to send that to me. And I forgot to check my email on my way in here.
Okay.
She did tell me the
If you want to
returns.
wrap, I can check.
Okay,
Let me-
okay.
Hold that thought. And the other gentleman, the actuary, his name is,
Doug Lozen,
how do you spell the last name?
Lozen.
So Mr. Lozen mentioned that we would have a low contribution requirement. Can you put some kind of ballpark dollar figure on
Yes, when
that?
I'm going to look up, yes, we did do a study back in September, and I ran a number. So let me get that while Bonnie answers.
Okay, and then Bonnie, I think this is a question you can probably answer. You said that the substitute pension fund will remain in effect until both the last then vested officer and then their beneficiaries.
Correct.
So do we have a projected lifespan for the substitute trust fund? I mean, we must have a ballpark. I know that ballpark numbers are done.
So,
I mean, can
Are
it be
you,
50?
are you,
I mean,
50
I can't guess when the people are gonna die.
No, but I mean, like my own pension provisions, you know, they bring it out until I'm 99 and then I don't have children, but, you know, there
She's
must be
looking
some
at
kind of.
that, she's
guesstimate.
looking at that, you know, the lifeline schedule.
So we do use mortality tables when calculating what those lump sum amounts would be. But, you know, I have pension plans where we're paying, we've paid people, either the participant or their beneficiary for, you know, 7,500 years.
Right, well, that's what I'm saying. For example, if we have a vested 35-year-old officer and that officer has, you know, a 10-year-old child, then it could go for a long
So
time.
none of them have named a child as a designated beneficiary. They're all spouses.
Okay.
Who are named as designated beneficiaries. So close in age. I don't know how close, but
Okay, so in other words, beneficiaries are all adults. Okay, so that gives us some, but it could still be, this could be going on for 50 years potentially.
I don't know. if
That might be a little long.
Okay.
The
Well, I'm just
average,
guessing here.
yeah, the average life expectancy right now, our tables is about mid-80s or so. So given that most of these liabilities were people in their mid-career, it would be decades, I would think,
Okay.
for those who elect to continue payment. The study we did in September, and I think it'll be very close to the market value that closed out on September 30th, was about 1.3 million, which was very close to our opinion of what you need to cover all future benefits. It's a non-actuarial way of saying is that the city's requirement would be close to zero. I have to let all the dust settle. I do have to build in a liability of a possible reversion back to the state in the event that there's assets left over. But I think standing here tonight, when I crunch the actual number and present the first valuation, the city's requirement is going to be very close to zero, maybe up to where it was just before termination, which was pretty cheap. I think 5 to 10% of payroll range. But that's probably being conservative. I think it's going to be very close to zero.
Great.
That's good news.
That's good to know.
It is really-
Very good.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner West, do you have any questions?
No, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Banks,
I know.
Commissioner Vita, okay. Thank you both very much.
So one final question. So Mr. Rudd, will we be dealing directly with you on, so we'll have the substituted trust that we'll be creating that we'll need to draft with in conjunction with the city on the ongoing nature. So, you know, who will be trustees and those kinds of issues.
Yes.
So, okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you
you
both.
very much.
We appreciate it very much.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. With that, next on the agenda, we have a point in time homeless count presentation. I think Commissioner DeVito, you set this up. Would you like to make the introduction, please?
Is Patrick on?
There
He's coming. Okay, well then I'll just go ahead and say, Putnam County is a very small county. We are part of a state of Florida designated continuum of care for homelessness. The agency that is in charge of it for a multi-county area that includes Putnam County is United Way of Northeast Florida. And Mr. Patrick Dodds, who hopefully will be on here shortly, is the continuum care director for this multi-county area that includes us and is in charge of organizing the grant applications and disbursements for federal and state funding for homeless services in all our counties in this area. And as well, he is in charge of organizing the annual required by the Federal Department of Housing and Urban Development, what's called the point in time count for homelessness. So he's based in Waynesville, and as I understand it, due to some family illness, he's joining us by Zoom. So this is Mr. Patrick Dodds. Hopefully.
Yeah, good evening. Can you all hear me?
Thank you. Welcome.
Fantastic. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Commissioners. I apologize. Due to an illness, as Commissioner DeVito mentioned, am unable to join you in person as I had hoped and planned, but I do appreciate the opportunity, and a special thanks to Commissioner DeVito for setting this up. As she mentioned, my name is Patrick Dodds. I'm the Director of the Continuum of Care for Homeless Services for the United Way of North Central Florida. And I am here tonight to tell you about the continuum of care and about the point in time count. So I want to start with the continuum of care first, because some of you may not be familiar with it. A continuum of care is really, at its simplest form, a regional planning body that coordinates housing, services, and funding for homeless families and individuals on behalf of organizations in a specified geographic region. And the United Way of North Central Florida took over as the lead agency for the continuum of care in 2018. And we cover 5 counties. Those 5 counties are Alachua, Bradford, Gilchrist, Levy, and Putnam County. And ultimately, our purpose is to promote a community-wide commitment to ending homelessness. And we do that through administering and overseeing grant funding from the federal government through the Housing and Urban Development Agency, as well as through state funding through the Department of Children and Families Office on Homelessness, as well as coordinating both local and private funding for the organizations that we support. What we do as a continuum of care is not only administer funding, but we assess the region's capacity, we identify gaps in services, and try and develop proactive solutions to ending homelessness. We do this by.
Can I interrupt you for just a minute? Your video, I didn't know if you purposely did not want your video on, but your video is off.
I don't have the ability currently. I don't know if that's something that we can do to give me the ability. I'd be happy.
About it, we just wanted to make sure if you wanted that opportunity, you had it. Thank you.
Okay, absolutely. I'm not sure if it's something that the clerk has to allow for me to be able to turn my video on.
No.
If there's a way for me to share my screen, I'd be happy to share my screen as well. I think that might help. Currently, as I mentioned, I don't have the ability to start my video. It says the host will not allow it.
Okay.
But if any time, if that changes, I'll be happy to turn my video on.
That's fine. And I'll tell them you're a very handsome person. So.
Well, I appreciate you spinning that tail for me, Commissioner DeVito. So as I was saying, ultimately, the continuum of care works as a collaborative body across the geographic region that we serve to work collectively with agencies to identify common goals and try to effectively utilize the finite and limited resources that were provided to do as much as possible to end homelessness in the communities that we serve. One of the things that we do annually is we conduct what's called a point in time count. And the point in time count is required by HUD. And it is a count of sheltered and unsheltered people experiencing homelessness on a single night in January. In our next point in time count will be taking place the week of January 24th, 2022. And we will likely be conducting it in Putnam County on the 26th of January. Now, over the past several years, Lori Shaw of SMA Healthcare, who I know is there in person, has done a fantastic job of coordinating the point in time count for the COC in Putnam County. And I know that in years past, pre-pandemic, there has been coverage in Crescent City. But one of the things we realized last year, due to what I believe, based on my conversations with Ms. Shaw, and again, just looking at the data in years past, there was a smaller amount of volunteers in 2020 to cover the large geographic area that Putnam County covers. I believe it's somewhere around 750 square miles. So it's a large, expansive geographic region, and with limited resources. we weren't able to see the same numbers that we had seen the year before. In 2019, our count in Putnam County, I'm sorry, in 2020, our count in Putnam County had about 178 individuals, both in shelter and unsheltered in Putnam County. And in last year's count, that number was down to 106. And I do not believe that that was due to an actual reduction in homelessness. I believe that was due to a lack of resources and volunteers to get out and ultimately complete an accurate count. So we do this count every year, as I mentioned, on behalf of HUD, so that they can then compile the data that they receive from the 460 continuum of cares across the country to put together a report, the annual homelessness assessment report. And what this report does is ultimately influence the amount of funding the federal government will provide for homelessness, and will influence the amount of money that we receive as a COC to serve the 5 counties that we serve. So it's of vital importance that we conduct an accurate count. And so I'm here tonight so that I can avail you to this. I know one of the things that we have not been great at since we took over as the lead agency is reaching out to our rural partners. We are in Gainesville, Florida, and so it's easy for us to sometimes lose sight of the different organizations and officials and agencies who are not located directly around us. And so I'm trying my best, and again, thank you to Commissioner DeVito, to reach out to the different elected officials, organizations, advocates in the rural areas so that we can identify needs and help to fill the gaps that we see as far as services are concerned in providing services to individuals experiencing homelessness. So this year, as a result of additional funding that we have received due to COVID-19 from HUD, we have the opportunity to put more resources towards the point in time count. And this includes the ability to potentially pay volunteers who may have previous experience with homelessness or are currently experiencing homelessness. It will also allow us an opportunity to provide food or have some kind of an event the day of the count, which we have seen in the past, is a best practice for point in time counts. It allows us to have individuals congregate around, be it a food service or some kind of an event during the day that will help and assist us to identify individuals experiencing homelessness. And so this is really a first step in reaching out to you all to try and coordinate for that night of the 26th, that day, I'm sorry, of the 26th, in hopes of trying to have an accurate count this year and make sure that we know how many folks are on the ground who need help, how we can help them. We do the count by administering a survey of about 20 questions. This is all done digitally on tablets that are then using GPS, tracking where the surveys are performed. And within those surveys are questions, not only demographic related, but also questions about different needs that individuals may have, such as services in the area, assistance that they may need with documents, such as identification cards, social security cards. We also ask whether or not they're receiving income. If affordable housing was available to them, would they be interested in it? And this allows us to then do a gap assessment. And we can then work with our local partners to put together a strategic plan to try and implement more services in the different geographic regions that we're serving. So again, it's I think critical that we coordinate, have people who are willing to volunteer the day of the count. We provide the tablets for the surveys as well as training. We also typically pack about 1,000 goodie bags that are filled with toiletry kits, non-perishable foods, water, that are handed out to the individuals who are being surveyed as an incentive. And it can also help them, obviously, long-term by providing them with those goods. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you all may have. But again, I hope that this is the beginning of a conversation so that we can coordinate not only for the upcoming point in time count, but moving forward for any services that you all see in your city that we may be able to assist with.
Thank you, Mr. Dodd.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask first, do you have a breakdown for South Putnam, what the numbers are for South Putnam? Did you break it down from in Putnam County?
So in our last point in time count that we performed in 2021, we weren't able to identify any individuals outside of the area of Palaca. I believe there were a couple in Interlochen. So we don't have any data for South Putnam currently. And that's one of the reasons that I'm here tonight. We know that that's not the case, but again, I think last year we were limited due to the pandemic as far as volunteers to cover that area. And we're going to make sure that that doesn't happen again this year. And then we can begin to track that information and work with local advocates and elected officials to try and establish a strategic plan.
Your number count from 2019, do you have that by chance? So just as a comparison, because you said with COVID coming in, that it did hinder the numbers a little bit. Did you use that at all as a comparison where you were in 2019?
So in 2019, the number of individuals who were unsheltered in Putnam County was 34. It was 2020 that the number jumped up to 154. And we believe that was due to, I think, more robust coordination. We don't have geographically specific information about South Putnam. Last year, the 2021 count was the first year that we used the GPS tracking to identify where specifically individuals were. And we are now going to continue to use that technology every year moving forward. So unfortunately, I do not have information specific to South Putnam.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioners, do we have any questions?
Yeah.
Okay, Commissioner Banks, we'll start with you.
Okay, what other organizations do y'all undergird?
What are the I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part. What are the organizations that we, what?
Yeah, maybe that's a better word for it.
So in Putnam County, we have several organizations that are members and partner agencies. We currently fund 2 organizations in Putnam County. One is Catholic Charities. They provide rental assistance and rapid rehousing for individuals experiencing homelessness. And the other one is the Lee Conley House, which is a domestic violence and rape crisis center, also located in Palaca. So obviously you can hear both those organizations are located in Palaca, which is probably about as far from you all as it is from me, which again is why I think it is crucial that we begin to foster a more in-depth relationship so that we can identify providers in Crescent City that we can help with not only funding, but resources, support, best practices, et cetera.
Second question, now, we have a, what that over there? I think that-
South Putnam Christian Service Center.
Yes, I'll put Christian Service Center right down.
It's what's moved over to the middle school now.
Oh.
It's over the back of the middle
Yeah.
school.
No, I'm talking about that, the house up beside the road.
That's it.
That's
Yeah,
it.
they moved.
Yeah, it just moved over there. It just moved over there. They've moved. They had some issues with the facility there, and so
Okay.
they're working with the school board now. They've moved.
Could I answer a question that Commissioner Banks may be about to ask?
I'm gonna let him,
Well, but I
well,
have.
why don't we let
I
him
just-
finish?
Because I think I know what he's gonna ask and I can maybe be able to answer.
Well,
it.
I'm gonna let him finish. Go ahead, Commissioner Banks, you go ahead. Go ahead.
I backed up.
No, I would like to hear what your question was.
No, I wanted to know, was they getting the help from that agency?
So we currently do not work directly with, I believe it was the South Putnam Christian Service Center. Is that the correct name of the organization?
Yeah.
Okay, we do not currently work with them, although we'd be happy to. One of the things that we've done very recently as a COC, we've taken the lead on having monthly meetings with agencies that are only located and only serve in the Putnam County area. And we have essentially taken over a meeting that has been occurring in Putnam County for, from my knowledge, taken place over the last decade locally and organically by providers in Putnam County. And we've taken it over in hopes of expanding the reach and the number of agencies that are engaged with the COC. And so I think that's something that I would be more than happy to reach out to them and have them meet with us and engage with them and see if there's not some coordination that we can begin to facilitate, especially as it pertains to the point in time count. If they can act as a liaison in the local community there for us, I think that'd be a fantastic opportunity. So I've taken note of their name and we'll be happy to reach out to them.
Thank you. Commissioner Banks, you have
Okay,
anything?
yeah, one more question, because, well, a recent case happened and the people had to go to Palaca to try to find housing. And I think the Red Cross helped them for 3 nights. It really, I don't know where it went from there. Do your organization assist in that kind of situation?
Yeah, so yeah, one of the things that our organization does is administer funding from both HUD and from the state of Florida to provide housing services to individuals who are experiencing homelessness. We don't currently fund any agencies in Putnam other than Catholic Charities and Lee Conley House. And that is partly due to a lack of outreach on our part. But also it tends to be difficult for smaller organizations to qualify for federal funding. There's a bit of an uphill battle as far as being able to show, the financial liquidity that is required of those grants. All of our grants are cost reimbursement grants. And so agencies typically have to have enough cash in the bank to be able to float themselves for 30 to 45 days before they're reimbursed. There's also a 25% match that's required of any grant recipient. And so, but I would like to mention there, we have begun to establish funds to help smaller agencies overcome that burden, and that we provide a no interest. There's an organization in Alachua County that provides a zero interest bridge loan for agencies that need to meet that criteria. And so that's something that we can connect smaller agencies with to see if they qualify for that bridge funding to overcome, again, that sort of initial barrier to get funding from our agency.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Commissioner Burton.
Yes, I have a couple questions, maybe. But number one, you're actually here tonight speaking in an effort to get volunteers to go out and count. Is that correct? Did I lose him?
I apologize. I muted myself. I still haven't gotten accustomed to the world of Zoom. Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the things that I hope to accomplish is to create some awareness about the point in time count in hopes that you all can help to coordinate volunteers for us on the night of the count. And I would be happy to provide you all with more information with specific details about the count. We are meeting every 2 weeks as a COC virtually to discuss the point in time count up until the 3rd week of January. But I'm happy to provide you all with that information. We are putting together a flyer as well that we can distribute to some of the organizations and as well as to you commissioners. that can be posted around town, that can be shared digitally with different organizations that provide our contact information so that we can begin coordinating volunteers on the ground there for the night of the count.
I think that that's very important, and the other thing, it sounds like you're gonna do it virtually. Are you gonna actually have some in-person type meetings? You know, getting people together here in Crescent City where they can actually meet with you, you know, maybe at the library, wherever you set the meeting up. Not everyone has the ability to have a computer and be on Zoom and all that here in Crescent City. But I'm sure that we could have some people that would be certainly willing to help with this endeavor. So I'm just curious, you know, whatever kind of schedule you guys got, we do need that information. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it is very important. And I will happily volunteer to put together a meeting sometime probably early next year in the weeks leading up to the count. To do both a sort of question and answer session, a workshop, as well as a training session for any volunteers that want to be involved. It's a fairly straightforward process, but we do use a digital tablet. And so we will have a training session that we would want to provide for potential volunteers before the count to go through how the tablet works, how to navigate the survey, et cetera. So I think that's something that I can absolutely plan on. Again, after the new year, I think we can have at least a workshop to discuss volunteers and then a follow-up training session that I'd be happy to be present for.
And from what I understand, if the counts increase, the higher the counts, the more funding there will be, correct?
Theoretically, yes.
For us to do a good job with this.
Yeah, so typically it doesn't necessarily coordinate to a specific region. As our counts rise over our entire geographic area, we see increased funding. However, I think it's, you know, obvious to us that Putnam County is, of the 5 counties, our second largest, both in size, population, and as far as our homeless population is concerned. And so this is one of the reasons why we've made a concerted effort over the last year and a half since I've been in the position to focus more intensely on our coordination in Putnam County. And as the numbers do rise in your county, you'll see that we'll be trying to focus more funding, more attention, more coordination and resources on services provided in that area.
You good?
Thank you for your question.
I'm good. Commissioner DeVito.
Sure. Patrick, thank you so much. I just wanted to reiterate, in addition to counting persons to make an accurate report to HUD, I believe you said that the part of the survey includes information about needs so that you can help prepare a gaps analysis for our county. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so in other words, part of this is finding out what we need here so that you can help us with a strategic plan.
Absolutely. Yeah, we above and beyond the demographic information, we ask how long individuals have been experiencing their homelessness, what brought them to the county, where they became homeless. We have a robust list of services that we've identified as basic necessities that we ask individuals whether or not they're able to get these services. We ask them whether they have the opportunity to register to vote, if they're in need of assistance for identification documents, whether they receive income, whether they have access to affordable housing. We can then compile that data, deaggregate it for the county, and then the hope would be to follow up and present to you all what we have identified as needs in Putnam County. I will tell you that we will do our best to try and delineate between South Putnam to the best of our ability, but we may not be able to do that. The technology that we use to identify where individuals were surveyed is still relatively new to us, but we, again, will do the best that we can.
And well, I'll be happy to help you with that one. And on a practical level, as far as the count, in past years, we had local people here in Crescent City, excuse me, donate items for goodie bags. Do you need that, or do you have that covered?
No, actually, this year, as I mentioned, due to an influx of funding due to COVID-19, we have the ability to purchase toiletry kits and non-perishable food items and bags that we'll be able to handle out. So this year, to keep the logistical side to a minimum, the planning side to a minimum, the COC will go ahead and purchase those and pack all the bags and then deliver them to Ms. Shaw from SMA, who'll be coordinating the point in time count for us there in Putnam County.
Hoping that they can be introduced either at the end of your remarks or.
I'm planning to do that. I'm
Good,
ready
good,
to
good.
wrap this
Okay.
up. So we
All right,
can.
well, one more question and 2 comments. You mentioned that you have funding for an event. So if we could locate a location, a church or an organization like the Women's Club or whatever that was interested in doing an event, then you're saying that you folks could pay for a breakfast or a lunch or some kind of service.
Yes, yes, absolutely. We would, in fact, I think that would be a great opportunity for us to be able to have individuals who are congregating during a certain period of time that would allow us access to folks who historically have tended to not want to, be visible. Right. So we've seen in past, it's a best practice to put on a breakfast or a lunch or some kind of an event on the day of the count so that we can have access to individuals who typically are difficult to find.
And Mayor, if I could ask 2 things to say, it's not a question. Number one, you asked about numbers for homeless persons in our area. I don't know if everyone knows, but over the past 3 years, I've been involved in homelessness for a long time, at point in time count. We've had people sleeping in Eagle Lions Park. We've had people sleeping down at Dexter Beach in the pavilion. I talked to Chief Carmen about this. We've had people at the library behind the Bolero, people sleeping on porches of vacant houses. We have people living in sheds and other cars and places that are not fit for human habitation. I would say just a rough count over the past 3 years, I've probably been aware of at least 30 people who are homeless throughout the year. Those are just ones that I've seen or heard about. And the other thing is with regard to the South Putnam Christian Service Center, I've talked to them about homelessness, and unless someone has liaison with them and they make some decisions, that is not something that in the past they've said they want to be involved in, but it's possible they might change. They have a very defined mission.
Right. So we'll leave that to them, between them and Mr. Dodd. Mr. Dodd, we're going to ask that you're going to reach out to them, correct?
Yeah, I would be more than happy to. I'll go ahead and just look them up and I'll send an introductory email to them and see if we can't get together.
Thank you so much for your presentation. And I'm going to ask Lori if she wants to come up and just say a few words. Lori, hate to put you on the spot, and you don't have to. I just know that, with you being the main volunteer here.
Not necessarily the main volunteer.
Well, you're the-
it was, when I
You're
was-
the go-to.
Yeah.
You're the go-to.
When I first moved here, I started in Crescent City, and with SMA, we did
Would you pull the microphone to you? I'm sorry.
we did a consortium meeting, which involved a lot of the areas in Putnam. And at the time it was started up the pit count, it was very few volunteers at all. And then the ones that did, we had numbers and they were like, well, here's the numbers from last year, which is at that time was 2018's numbers. And it was a number of 18 And I was like, I moved here, I live right outside of Georgetown. And just from Georgetown to Palaca on a daily trip to work, I saw over 17 just in a count, just from one area to the other. And so I was like, there's no way there's more people than that. So what can I do to step in and help it, which I, at that time, took over the organization of it and make sure everything was organized and we had people to go to certain areas. Then last year, the previous year of 2020, Jennifer Young here of also SMA, she took over South Putnam's areas and she was able to come up with, at that time, a 22 count just in this area of that year. So we do have, we know the numbers are here. It's just last year I had very few enough volunteers to even come down this way. So the more volunteers we can get out from coming down here and knowledge of what areas that we have, then we can send out this.
If both you and Mr. Dodd will make sure you provide with Karen any of the flyers or any of the information as soon as you can, so she can get that out on social media and our website, so that we can reach out to those people that are interested. Thank you, and thank you for being here, both of you, and for all that you do. We appreciate it. Mr. Dodd, thank you so much. We appreciate your presentation, and we look forward to next year. And I myself would really like to see that if we can, South Putnam numbers to be included in there, kind of a breakdown as to where we are here in South Putnam. So. okay.
Absolutely. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
No,
Thank you.
And
he obviously had a sweet little kitty cat in the background. That wanted to have its input too, so I want my 3 minutes as well. Okay, commissioners, if you'll look through your packet, it's not on the agenda, but you do have the, Charles, do you want to speak to that as far as the budget that we have, the paperwork we have in there? It's just a.
It's a quick format. We're working with it. Some of you have individual requests on that information not included. We'll just keep tweaking it every month to try to bring you the information that you're looking for.
Don't we have the law enforcement report?
Yeah, yeah, we do have that. I said this is not on the agenda, but it's in your packet. So it's just in your packet. Okay, Commissioner West, you have a question about this? You don't? Okay. Well, thank you for providing that. Okay.
thanks, Charles.
If y'all have any questions, please make sure you talk to Charles. We'll have public comment in just a minute. So we'll have public
I
comment.
wanted the question about what just happened with it, with the funding and the homeless.
Okay,
Diane Sykes, 4 Chestnut Street. How will the citizens be made aware of when and, okay, obviously the count's gonna be done on January 26th.
well, like I just asked him, if they would provide us with the information, we'll make sure that Karen gets it out on our website, on social media, and possibly we can even include it in the, the ticker that we put in the bills, that if we're gonna do a count, so. Rather than go door to door, we can't go door to door and let everybody know that, but so we're gonna just use.
If there was gonna be funding, if we could do an event at the Women's Club and announce it and get information out to different organizations. One of the things that's happened during COVID is, the Concerned Citizens of South Putnam hasn't met for a while, but I'm sure I could get a hold of everybody. And they would.
I'm
certainly
sure help.
Want to volunteer
Okay.
to help
Okay.
get people.
We'll make sure that we reach out to you, Karen, if you'll, and Commissioner DeVito, are you gonna work with Mr. Dodd on this?
Yes, I am attending some of the monthly meetings
Okay,
and
please make sure you reach out to
to,
Diane.
right, basically, we want to put a call out for anybody that wants to help with an event.
Okay.
I'll get with
Thank you.
Diane. Thank you.
Okay, now we're ready for the police report. Sheriff's report.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I want to start off with SMA. In time past, we helped out with some of those surveys, so obviously I will be involved with that. So maybe trade information before you guys get out of here. We just contact us, direct contact us, it's kind of work on the task. So. Hello,
Welcome.
everyone. So we had a
Captain,
pretty
how are
eventful-
you?
Great. We had a pretty eventful weekend. Everything went really well. I first want to say we had an extraordinary amount of support from the individuals in the community. And we really, really did appreciate that. Everybody was pretty heartfelt to us, and I think everything went very well over the weekend.
Great, everything I heard, everybody was.
Well, there
Very
was, we'll
positive.
talk about a couple things that we did have a couple of issues with that we're addressing.
Okay,
So I'll start off with just the events that we report to our fiber knowledge report. That's what we report to the national and local agencies that do our crime reporting, or who we report our crime to. I'll start off with our first case here was at 100 North Lake Street at North Lakewood Nurses Center. One of the residents there had some money stolen from a dresser drawer in their apartment or whatever you would call it. We don't have any kind of leads on that. If you guys have ever been in that facility, everybody's kind of in and out of those rooms with staff and also the other tenants. So we really didn't have anything to go on that. Multiple people were in and out of these rooms, and just the case was inactive, but just a lack of anybody say anything or anybody seeing anything. And like I said, that place is pretty much open, so made it kind of a tough case. The next one you see there was 756 Gumby Court. This was an interesting one. We received a call from the Louisiana State Police where a vehicle was located in their jurisdiction, driven by our suspect, Mr. Let's see if I pronounce this correct. Moisen, I think it is. Anyway, he was taking care of the resident who owned the car was in the hospital. She was away. He was supposed to be taking care of her animals while she was gone. Come to find out, if they find the car in Louisiana, he's not supposed to have it. We got in contact with the victim, and her car is currently still in Louisiana, but unfortunately, it's her responsibility to get it towed back, or get somebody to get up there and get the car. So we've made an arrest on that. Louisiana State Police took him into custody for that. The next one was a residence off of Grand Rondo. I apologize. I'm not sure if it was 472 or 726 West Grand Rondo. Guess I had a little big fingers there, funny fingers there, hit an extra key. It was a reported burglary to the residence. There was a couple items stolen from there, and the same thing with this one. Couldn't locate any physical evidence. We didn't have any witnesses to this. It was during the daytime and didn't have anything to go on. So any questions on that one?
I do have a question, Mayor, ma'am.
okay, yeah.
So was it forced entry or was the door open? Or wasn't clear? It says entry was made through the front door.
I'm sorry, yes, it was forced entry.
That's not good.
No.
Right.
No, it is.
Okay.
So no follow-up leads on that. That's still an active investigation. And again, we're searching pawn tickets and through leads online and stuff to see if we can find the game advice if they pawn it or what. Next page I got there is with the, I think I follow along you guys' highlights. We did have a couple additional cases here that I'm not at liberty to speak with at the time, but the, one of the most significant ones, we conducted a traffic stop on a vehicle, and one of our deputies, Deputy Moto, who was very aggressive down here, is located 119 grams of marijuana on an individual, and we have currently filed charges on that individual for this crime. Questions so far? Only 2 traffic crashes, minor. One had minor injuries, the other had no injuries. So that was a little decrease from last month. I added another. Okay. Here, did you give me the other? They got the other sheet. There's another sheet in there that's it's the November 2021 crime data. I added in there for, so it kind of specifies what was actually going on in the city, what crimes were reported. And this is mostly property crimes. This is what we feel like we have the most control over. And as you'll see, it separates everything from July to October. So from the current date, the last 6 months, kind of gives you what's kind of happened and kind of the flow of where everything is. And as you'll see, month to month, October on burglary, we were 2. This month we were 1. There were no vehicle thefts in October, 1 in November. No thefts in October, 1 in November. And then in October, there were 2 total and 3 total on the month of November. That's property crimes in general.
That's helpful.
Next page just gives general activities. That's going to tell you all calls for service that's officer generated, and also things that people or residents called us to. Total of 38 traffic crashes. We see that's down. We'll take a look at that, ma'am.
Stop.
Traffic stops, yes, I'm sorry, traffic stops are down just a little bit. I'm gonna look into that and see if that number was correct. But that may have been because we've been so heavy in traffic lately, maybe everybody's decided to slow down a little bit, and do the right thing.
Maybe the flashing speed is actually helping a little bit.
We'll see. I've got a couple strategies I'm working on now. I'm working on a couple grants for some counters and also speed detection devices where I can get a readout on the higher times of the day when your traffic flow is heavy, when we're getting the speeders coming through here, so I can kind of get my guys in the right place at the right time, I guess you could say. And so we're working on that. And also over the weekend, everybody probably seen a lot of the ATVs on the roads. This is a real challenge for us. I do have some things in the works right now that are happening right now to try to combat that. Had a lot of people asking me, why aren't we chasing them? Why aren't we stopping them? As you know, when you are on an ATV and you're not used to traveling at high speeds, we are used to traveling at high speeds and high performance vehicles. We can outrun them, we can catch them, but that's not gonna end good. So I have basically made it a procedure that we are not gonna chase these things. We're gonna find some other way to identify who's on them, and another route around trying to cite these people, tow these vehicles, or whatever we have to do. We're aware of it, we're working on it, and like I said, the only thing I can ask for the community to do is, if you see these ATVs parked at certain addresses, you see them out riding around in there, you see them stopped at a home somewhere, call us and let us know so we can get over there and try to address it with you. I've already made contact with several individuals that ATVs in the parking yards, trying to give some warnings and some education on why you shouldn't be on the road. Hopefully that's working. But if not, we're going to take it a step further. But again, if anybody has asked why we're not chasing these guys, or they see the blue lights turn off behind them, and we're not chasing them. I'm certainly not chasing a juvenile on ATV, on hard top and high traffic.
Right.
Yeah.
But we are working on it.
What type of, should you catch one? Is it a misdemeanor? I mean, is it a traffic violation? How does that work?
Well, it depends. There's all kind of traffic citations that you can issue. I mean, they're not licensed, they're not insurance, they're not supposed to be on the roads, they're not registered. They're driving on public roadways. That's, several traffic citations on itself. And then you have the juveniles. You have the juveniles where the parents can be charged with allowing them to drive unlicensed on roadways. So
That's a misdemeanor.
it all
if they-
depends.
if
It
they-
is. It
That's a
is.
misdemeanor on the parent.
Yes.
Okay.
You know,
Go ahead.
I
Commissioner.
think that's a good thought, not to be chasing them, because when you look at it, they got the odds. Or they can cut off and run through the woods, you can't, you out there on the highway. You can't chase or so forth, so it really don't, and then somebody will wind up getting seriously hurt.
And that's what I was gonna say.
Right.
Our vehicles are a lot faster than those ATVs. They really are, and it's just, it's bad when you get up to those speeds and something happens, and we don't want that.
No, it got to be another way, and just like you said, take some brainstorming, but there's other ways, I believe.
I'm working with the state attorney's office as of today to come up with some very creative ideas. I think it's gonna work. We're gonna try it. We can maybe make some case law, and we'll see.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for your efforts.
I just have one question.
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Burton.
Once you catch the people, are you able to confiscate the vehicles, or?
I have to give them the option, just like I do anybody else. Normally, I give them the option of who they want to tow the vehicle, or if they can have somebody there in a timely manner to take the vehicle. But commonly, we cite the person and have them either push it home or have somebody come and pick it up, or it's going to be towed.
Okay. Commissioner DeVito.
Sure, and by the way, thank you for getting on this ATV issue because it cycles around periodically. They go by like rockets. So thank you very much. Actually, my question is, I just realized it's December and January 1st is at the end of the month, and January 1st brings fireworks. It is, isn't it correct under state law now that fireworks are quote unquote legal on both January 1st and July 4th? Is that right?
I would have to look at those dates.
I believe it's
they'll
the
understand
eve.
this past that.
It's
Okay.
New Year's Eve and January 1st and 4th of July, I believe.
Okay, well, whatever it is, whether they're legal or not, you may recall that we had a big problem with fireworks on Grand Rondo from all the way from the city boat ramp to Dexter Beach. Some of the residents, one of whom is here, called about it. We had a big discussion about it. And, you know, as well, there were fireworks, I think at the south end of Lake Stella and Mathis Park, there were fireworks all over the place. So, and there was just a huge mess of trash. It went on for a long time last year. And my question is there something that can be done to monitor those parks where people are likely to be gathering for the firework activities that they do? Because regardless of whether it's legal under state law, they're not allowed to be in the parks after dark. We don't allow fireworks in our park. I'm assuming you don't let people shoot fireworks off in the middle of the road either.
No, ma'am, we don't.
Right, so, but I still have the pictures that was, I mean, can y'all monitor that? Can you?
We can, a lot of times, you know, again, that's where we're gonna have to be creative, because normally when we get there, the show's over. And
This was a long
Right,
show.
right.
These people were there with food, with drink. This was, and I heard it. I mean, it must
And
have
it
gone
did,
on
and
for about 2 hours.
they did leave a mess, and Miss Ash was real good. She called, I believe, she called the sheriff's department, she called us, just to give us a heads up. She's also done the same with you. Dexter Park seems to really be a problem, and they really did trash. I was out there picking up trash. I know Commissioner DeVito was out there picking up, fireworks, you know, there were fireworks everywhere, so. We
if
need
you guys
to,
would just get together and tell me the locations that you would like me to
okay,
specifically monitor, highly monitor, I
okay.
can take care of that. That's no problem.
Okay, because we'd rather cut it off before, you know,
Absolutely.
they get underway. And then the other thing is the sheriff's office did a really great job last year. I saw, no, I don't know if you can hear me, but there were actually PSAs about gunfire, celebratory gunfire, which is a problem around here. So I'm hoping that this year the sheriff's office will have the same PSAs about the celebratory gunfire.
What was that now? I'm sorry.
Oh, celebratory gunfire on January 1st. You folks, I think for the first time last year, had some really good PSAs about discouraging that.
Yes.
So I'm hoping you'll do it again.
We can reach out to Allison and see if maybe
No
she can
problem.
provide it to us, and Karen, we can get that on the website and on
Right.
social
That's
media.
true. What goes up must come down.
Well, and I think it's really important in English and Spanish, and we have that capability, right? To get that out, because it, you know, it's dangerous. Okay. so
Yeah.
that's all I
Captain
have.
Usher,
Yes.
oh, go ahead.
And I think in Dexter Beach, some of our problem is we need some bigger garbage cans. Now, we have a very good young man now that works for the city, and that's one of his main jobs. And I ride around town and I see continuously going around to the parks in the morning early, dumping the garbage cans. In the past, that wasn't happening. It overflowed, then those vultures. I reckon y'all have passed by and seen some of the citizens, man, they just hang out there.
Yes.
They're all on top of the roof. But this young man kind of got him down when you're employed. He really doing a very good job on monitoring. That when his first thing, those bathrooms and the garbage. But I think you might need a larger garbage can or something. But now, but the county wise, I don't want to go to county commission meetings, so I'm gonna complain from Crescent City again.
Okay, we'll carry that message to them for you. Go ahead.
Them Potty John, what they got down there, I went in one of them things and it's embarrassing. That's how COVID spread, disease get out. Go in one of those things. It's ridiculous. It don't look like it was done for a month.
Okay. We need to make sure that they're.
I opened the door and closed fast. It's very Barry.
They're supposed to, I think they're supposed to do that every Tuesday, aren't they? Charles, I believe.
I
they
don't know
come
how,
to you.
what,
Okay,
they ain't doing it.
okay. Well, we'll see with it, 'cause I know with our contract for ours, I believe it's every Tuesday. We'll make sure the county that they have, they're not cutting corners on us either.
Do you know who that is?
Gotta go, I
Is it
think,
company?
believe, gotta go, I believe it's gotta go.
And it's terrible.
It's gotta go, yeah.
Yeah, 'cause people catch disease if they open it up. there.
They're nasty.
Yeah,
Oh my gosh,
I done mad.
I can take care of that.
Okay, Commissioner West, did you?
I just want to say, when Miss Ash called me on the 4th, so I called your office and I had somebody coming pretty quickly, but I rode them to the lake and I've never seen such a crowd there before. It was standing room only inside that area with the fireworks going off. They don't always go off up. Sometimes they go sideways. I'm surprised we didn't have someone hurt, but there was a lot of food, a lot of drinking, and cars everywhere. It was really, really dangerous. But the deputy cleared it out quickly.
Colonel Wells
Thank
was
you.
actually, Colonel Wells was actually working that night.
Yeah,
He did work that, because he went out there, I know, he went out there and talked to him and spent some time with him.
and really quickly. It's legal to fire a firearm in the county, right?
Depends. If you're doing it in a safe manner.
Well, we have an individual for years at the end of Reed Street, which is our city, firing all the time.
I can take it. That's no problem. You
Yeah,
know,
Is that where we hear the?
that's
the
where
shots
we hear
from?
the shots from.
a lot of times people will put a big mound of dirt in their backyard, and as long as they're doing it safely, there's no ordinance against.
I don't know where they're firing, but it bothers me
I can look at
because, like you say, what goes up comes down.
Yes, ma'am.
And he's got, I'm thinking an automatic because it's firing too fast, you know, instead of 1, 2, 3. So
Absolutely.
he's got a good size, which is probably legal too, but it's concerning.
If you happen to in your travels, or if anybody gets it, I'll be back out tomorrow. So I'll try to see if I can find anything. If you get an address, it'd be really helpful.
All right, I'll try.
I'll look at our backlogs too, see if there's anything. Maybe some other calls on it already.
I'm sure there are.
Mayor, if I could add to that, because I've called about that location.
Can't hear you.
Yeah,
Oh, I'm sorry.
please speak
Thank
into
you.
your microphone.
I have the other mic. I've called about that area before. I know what she means. I know what that automatic fire sounds like. And one thing that concerns me about that is for people on the lake, because that area, we don't know if they're possibly firing across the road or they could be firing towards the lake. And that would be really dangerous.
Absolutely.
So, but I don't have it. I'm too far away. Commissioner West is closer. But I've called it in past months and past years.
And residents, and please pass this on. If you have an issue, please never take it into your own hands. Please, call the sheriff's department. They're there to respond. I've had several people say, well, they're not gonna call the sheriff's department. And they put it on social media, and that's just not going to help. Please make sure that you call the sheriff's department. So get it on record. So, thank you, Captain.
Thank you.
We appreciate it.
Any other questions?
I think we're good. Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, we're going to open up for public comments. You have 3 minutes to speak. We ask that you speak on any of the topics that are not listed on the agenda in the public hearing section. We will give you an opportunity during the public hearing to also speak at that time. So at this time, if we have anybody, is there anybody that would have a public comment? I know somebody's got to have something.
I don't even have some.
Diane, we've missed you. I can't believe you don't have a comment.
Don't worry, I got you
She's
covered.
speechless.
Why do we have an agenda before the meeting?
She's speechless.
Scott King, 721 London Avenue. We do have a city ordinance that you can have a firearm in the city limits, and we didn't just mention that. So We do have that. I do want to ask about the ATVs though. We are a golf cart town, correct?
Right.
Yes,
So you can drive an ATV on our roads under that, can you not?
No.
What makes, in our ordinance, what makes the ATV different from the golf cart?
Speed.
not necessarily,
No,
not
in our
necessarily.
ordinance.
Yeah.
It's pretty vague.
It's gotta have I've got the, right here, the ordinance, must be operated between the hours during sunrise and sunset. Some of these are happening in the evening. A golf cart must be equipped with adequate brakes, reliable steering, safe tires, a rear view mirror, red reflector warning devices in both front and rear. So, and it shall not be operated on the Florida Highway 17, but is permitted to cross where authorized and posted by the Florida Department of Transportation. And the golf owner should have liability insurance covering his golf cart in the same limits required of automobiles in Florida statutes.
So I'm right. There's nothing illegal about driving an ATV on our roads. You can't speed and you can't do those other things, but just it being an ATV does not make it.
Well, it's not a golf cart, it's the ordinance says a golf cart.
Golf cart, it's golf cart, it doesn't address ATV. Does he want to,
Yeah.
Captain, do you want to speak to that? Do you, Cap, you want to?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Because it doesn't explain, it doesn't define golf cart. So I think we're.
I would have to check, but I believe there's a Florida state statute that you can't drive all terrain vehicle on a public road. But I would have, it would be a state law. I would have to double check, but I'm pretty sure from my days back.
I know we have family members down in the Seville, Pearson area, and that's the big rule for them too, is that it cannot be on any streets.
Right, but according to our ordinance, you can drive that vehicle.
Well, it's golf cart, not an ATV.
It doesn't explain what it doesn't describe a golf cart. So
Okay, well,
anyway, we either need to fix
operation,
it.
it says operation of golf carts, so,
Right, and
My
then,
golf cart's got these big wheels on it and you drive it like this.
okay,
So anyway, we need to fix that because it's.
okay,
okay,
thank you.
And the only other thing I want to ask about is the homeless count. I'm not real sure why we're excited about it. None of the money that comes because of that is spent here. It's all in Palatka. So we either need to fix that or let's spend our time doing something else that will help us. That's,
Commissioner
yeah, that's
Reddish,
what he
you wanna
said.
address that?
I really think we need to get organized down there better. I think that's one of the problems. So some of the money can come down on this end. I really didn't know that much money was involved, but we have quite a bit of homeless down here, but I don't think in Commissioner DeVito had some numbers and the other young lady got some numbers. I really didn't know. I really didn't know we had that much until this year passed. When the people was in the park and moved them out the park, they were laying on the grass. I was scared somebody was gonna run over somebody, kill them. But they were all over town.
We need to stand up. I mean, come here, present to us, ask us to volunteer, and then send all that money to Palatka. I don't know about you guys, I'm getting tired of Palatka getting
Can I ask you something?
Yes.
So just a thought.
I happen to agree with Scott. I mean, I listened to the whole pitch too. But I don't want to bring it up quite in the same way you're bringing it up. I think it is.
I'm not
something
elected.
that- I think it is something that we have to work with the program and kind of be involved and say, hey, don't tell me that you don't have, you can't tell me how many people are here in South Putnam. I mean, if these cities say, we found 10 and this one found 50, Willaca, Crescent City, Satsuma, you should be able to say, these are the numbers that were found in South Putnam. And hopefully we can start working with them to provide a program for South Putnam. But yeah, I didn't like that answer that they couldn't distinguish South Putnam from all of Putnam, so. I do
Sounds like we
agree.
need an agency here that qualifies to get their to get some of that funding, and I don't know if South Putnam Christian Service does that or not.
Hopefully they'll come for the Christmas.
Thank you.
Right, and that's what we have to do. I agree.
Thank you, thank you. We have any other speakers? Yes, come on, forward, please. Here it is, no. Oh, sorry.
I was actually planning on using Melissa Flaker, 2390 South Tower 16, but based on my.
Excuse me, hold on a second. Excuse me. You have a speaker, I'm sorry, thank you.
I know that their, the county commission has got millions of dollars for COVID. That they're looking for different projects that need help, and I don't know if we've actually tried to get anything since that's been given to the county and we're in the county. So that may be someplace for you to check, because I know some other folks that have put in to get grants out of that money that was given in some millions to the county. So therefore, I would think homelessness because of COVID probably is worse. I mean, I've been traveling a lot, I don't know the exact figures from the county. I just overheard some saying, I know somebody was applying for some of that money. It's there, and there's a huge chunk that just came in to the county from the federal government for things related to that. I don't know how we apply for it, but that's one avenue.
Thank you.
I'm inside 304 Chestnut Street. Yes, it was stated that Christian Service Centers is one of the places that would get funding, but they don't help with rental assistance. So if we're gonna get some counts in South Putnam, we need to petition the organizations in Palatka to support South Putnam and provide us rental money in Crescent City.
Thank you, absolutely, thank you.
I agree.
Yes, ma'am, Miss Ash. State your name and address, please.
Kamala Ash, 223 East Grand Rondo.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to address, it already been discussed, but I want to address again about fireworks. I have called for 3 years about those fireworks. That firework project started over there on Grand Rondo a number of years ago, and they moved it over here. But it's a safety hazard, because my house sits right there on that corner, and there's nothing but a cascade of trees with moss. During that time of year, everything is dry. I called for 3 years straight about that firework display that they have. Once the city has already done their fireworks, then on July the 4th, actually the actual day, they come back and do another one. And so I called this year again, and I called dispatch in Putnam County, Palatka, and they told me, said the governor said people can shoot fireworks till 1 o'clock in the morning. That's from the state. But the parks are closed from dusk to dawn, supposedly. And so that means they're still utilizing that park. And I called 4 or 5 times till I had to call different commissioners to get them on the phone and see if we could get a response out there to get someone to address this issue. First of all, those people need a permit to do that. And the fire department needs to be on standby like it does when you all participate and do it the city. And it's illegal for them to be doing that. And if those moths, if they catch on fire, it's gonna burn everything over there, because it ain't nothing but, like I said, trees everywhere and our homes over there. And it always gets swept under the rug. We'll say, well, we're gonna see what we can do about it. Well, it needs to be roped off, it needs to be cones put there, and it needs to have, until a certain period, it needs officers trolling on that day and night to make sure nobody moves those coins and nobody moves that yellow tape. Now, when they had, we have our festivals, we make sure that we have people in place to make sure everything runs smooth. And so I'm making a request to the city right now, before it comes up again, that that park is not utilized on that specific day for that display. Because it's just not right. And they shoot until 1 o'clock in the morning. I don't understand a couple of times they did last year, they cut it off early because I called myself, Miss West, and she said she was coming over, and I guess she had gotten in touch with one of the officers, and they did come, and the people by that time, they dispersed about 11:30, going into 12 o'clock. I watched the clock, so I know what time they dispersed. But it has been till 1 o'clock in the morning, these people are out there. And it was during the time when Mrs. Mills next door to me lost her daughter. And I thought that was just so not nice for her, all that booming, and she was grieving, and she's an older lady. And it's just not fair. And it's something that I think needs to really be addressed seriously. And I'd like for
This
you
will
all
be
to
one
really
of the
consider
parts
it.
we're going to talk to Captain Surrey about,
Yeah.
when this comes up, each one of those holidays.
And I think we've got one coming up. We have January 1st coming
Yes.
up, so Captain, those parks are supposed to, I don't think that we can close them down to the families that want to use them during the day. But from that dusk to, they do need to be closed down.
Right.
Yes,
So if
especially
you
that
can help
one.
us, if you can help us with that, making sure that people are not in the parks shooting off the fireworks, can you do that?
Right, one of my plans was to get some of the signboards and stuff like that, to do some education prior to, so put them out a couple weeks ahead of time, letting everybody know, re-educating everybody that the parks do close at 9 o'clock, and then we're going to enforce it, so hopefully we'll have a fix.
Well, right now, they're gonna close at dark,
They're sick.
at dark,
They don't
so
open
at
at
6 o'clock.
Whatever the time
Yeah,
was.
Dusk
you know,
to dawn,
no
that's what time.
Dusk
it's
to dawn,
supposed to be, yeah.
So hopefully we can, for right now, and then in January, make sure you're here for the January, we're gonna have a workshop on our parks. And that's part of, that'll be part of the ordinances too, as far as that. So make sure you're here for that meeting, because we are going to address it further, so that the 4th of July, when we come to the 4th of July. I mean, I was concerned this last weekend, but it didn't happen because we had the fireworks down here, what was gonna happen over there, but it seemed pretty quiet this past weekend.
Well, they usually don't use it until the 4th of July. That's the most time that they consistently making it like a holiday over there. And but you still get people in that park every night of the week, still utilizing that park. And we're talking about, if you don't stop things, that's why all these other cities and areas, a lot of them are out of control now, because sometimes we don't nip things in the bud. And we have a responsibility to the citizens and the people that live there. And and a lot of people, like I said, are moving into this area, and they don't always see police presence. They don't always know the rules. So they think just because these things are there, that they can utilize them day and night, when it's not. And it's not safe for the residents that live in this area. And I'm just so afraid that as our community grows, there's a lot of things that if we don't pay attention to, it's gonna be a problem for us going.
Thank you.
Okay.
And in January, that's part of it. We're gonna be working with the sheriff's department and also redoing the signs. So the signs and things, so that's what we're working with the sheriff's department on. And what we can trespass and not trespass people, but that will be in January. Okay, thank you so much for speaking. Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry for,
She's gonna need your address.
I will.
Miles an hour, and so we did have 22 people that day, if I recall correctly. We did start to get some snowball referrals from people saying, hey, we know this family in Pomona Park, we know this family in Georgetown. I think due to the weather that day, we were unable to locate those snowball referrals, but we did actually walk into the woods, trudging through mud, through everything, trying to find individuals. And I think the best thing that everyone in South Putnam could do to encourage people to not be fearful is to build rapport with them and say, what we are doing is trying to bring funding to our community. You know, and then one of the biggest issues you have to keep in mind is that homeless people stand up to lose a lot. You know, they can lose everything. Everything to them is their family, you know, and it's a real threat. So it is difficult to help them understand that you are going to keep them safe. It's very difficult to let them feel these people that are, you talk, they're dressed nicely. One of our volunteers I talked with one of you this earlier today. A really, really tall guy, usually very well groomed, and he tried to dress down and he still just looked so formal, you know, and it was just kind of funny, but he truly did want to help, you know, and his heart was there and he wanted to help, but he was still intimidating, you know, so that we got to be very aware of ourselves. So I just hope I could help you answer some things.
Okay, good. Well, thank you. Hopefully, as we get the volunteers together and you can help them and explain some of that to them and the importance of that communication. And also, are you working with our churches, all of our local churches, as far as reaching out to them as well?
Well, some of the volunteers we had already were members of those churches. And then one of our volunteers actually volunteered at the Christian Service Center, and he proved vital to the whole mission. Everyone that knew him, they trusted him. You know, they didn't trust me, they trusted him. So it really was,
yeah,
it was really good.
I don't know who that is, so thank you. Thank you very much. Do we have any other public comments? Anybody else that has anything else to say? Okay. Seeing nobody come forward, I'm going to close public comment at this time. And then we're going to go to Mr. Pickens. I'm going to turn it over to you. We have our second reading of ordinance 2109.
Yes, ma'am. Ordinance 2109, an ordinance of the city of Crescent City, Florida, granting additional homestead exemptions for low-income seniors, providing for requirements to qualify for the additional exemption of application procedure to be approved for said exemption, amending the procedure to renew said exemption, providing for severability and inclusion into the code of ordinances, and providing for an effective date.
We're going to open that up. Do we want to go ahead? Anybody want to make a motion before I open it up?
I'll second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. We're going to have additional factual testimony for or against. Do you have any speakers? And do you, I guess probably do somebody, you want to, Charles, do you want to kind of explain this so the people in the audience understand what this is? This is the second reading of the ordinance.
Certainly, this is an effort to allow seniors, low-income seniors 65 and over to be automatically renewed for the exemption. Past, they had to receive paperwork, fill it out, send it back in. And so this is an effort to streamline that for those folks to make it easier to receive that additional.
So they don't have to do it annually. Okay. Do we have any public input on this? Yes, Ms. Ash?
Want me to go back to the board?
Yes, ma'am. Always to the podium, please. Everybody speak to at the podium. You're gonna have to say your name and address one more time.
Kamala Ash, 223 East Grand Rondo, Crescent City, Florida. I think that's good with the additional exemption. How do we as the city alert people in the city that is available to them if they don't come to the meeting? Is that something, is it a letter that the county sends out? And if not, can we as the city include it in the water bill when that time comes? To make sure our residents know that this is additional, something else additional that is available to them.
The tax collector's office.
The tax collector does that, but if we can definitely, we talk to Tim Smith and ask him how he sends that out. And if there is something that we can put a flyer in if we need to, that we put a flyer, because March, it's the deadline's in March for the initial, and you have to have lived in the house for 25 years, you have to, I believe the income's 20,000 and under, annually, but that's a good suggestion, so thank you, and we'll reach out to Mr. Parker and see if we need to put something in our water bill, included in a water bill. Thank you. Do we have any other public comment? Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment. Okay, commissioners, we have a motion and we have a second. Do we have any discussion?
I wanted to say thank you, Pam, because I was going to bring that up, that very same thing. Now, where would someone go? Would they be able to go to our government building and apply right here in town?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
Now, they're only open on certain days. over there,
right.
so.
Do we know what days they're here?
I do not know.
Let's find out when we put it in that letter also.
I think it's Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday from the 9 to 4.
You know that?
I don't know the property appraiser. I know that the,
He's only down here once a week is what I was
clerk of
told.
court, yeah, I think they're only down there once a week. The clerk of court is there Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. They're there.
Right.
But I don't think the property appraiser is.
And the beginning date is,
I believe it's March. See, March 22nd is sticking out in my mind, but. It's when you have to have it filed by. You have to have it filed by.
but they could begin. say,
Immediately.
Immediately.
Yeah, they could start
All right,
filing immediately.
Okay, and what they will need is a proof of income and that their tax records, that they've had that house for 25 years. And they're,
Over 65.
and over
65.
65. right.
I should say.
Okay, that'll be great.
And actually, the cutoff date, it's the same as homestead exemption, it's March 1st.
Is it March 1st?
That's what it says right here,
Okay.
section 3A.
Yeah, actually, I've got it,
Yeah. it's
Oh,
on the
they're
second
gonna
It
page.
was March. I don't know why
and
March
I've got it
22nd
highlighted.
It's there.
was standing out to me. March 1.
March 1st, okay, great. Okay.
Commissioners, do we have any other comments? Okay, I have a motion, I have a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, nay? Okay, motion passes, thank you.
One more question. If they live out of the city limits, but it's also, if this is a state thing also, it's correct, so they could come here because it's county.
Yes.
Right,
I think
it's the
okay,
county.
I
right,
think the county did the same thing that we did.
right,
for everybody
yeah,
else.
thank you.
Okay, we've got the second reading of ordinance 21-10.
Ordinance 21-10, ordinance of the city of Crescent City, Florida, amending the budget for the fiscal year 2021, beginning October 1st, 2020 through September 30th, 2021, by decreasing the general funds fund appropriations and expenditures, increasing the gas fund and water fund appropriation and expenditures, decreasing the wastewater fund appropriations and expenditures, and providing for an effective date.
All right, you'll explain this, Charles.
Certainly. Mayor, this item is the second reading of the closing out of last fiscal year, basically zeroing out the funds and showing us what fund balance is.
And for anybody that wants to know, we spent 151 less than what 151,000 less, correct?
Then we budget.
Than in our general revenue than what we budgeted for last year. So do I have a motion?
I so move that we accept second reading of ordinance 21-10.
Okay.
I second it.
Okay, second, I'm going to open up additional factual testimony for or against. Do we have anybody? Okay, seeing none, do we have any public input on this? Okay. Seeing none, commissioners, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion?
Well, I just, it occurred to me late this afternoon, it says exhibit A is attached, it's not actually in our packet, but no, it was there on the first reading. It was in the packet on first reading,
Yeah.
but it's not in our packet now.
Okay, that was an oversight.
Okay.
Okay, do we have any other discussion? Okay, seeing none, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Okay, motion passes. Thank you. Okay, we're gonna start off the first reading of ordinance 21-11. If you want to go ahead Bobby, and then, I need to speak to this before you're done, and they contacted me just before the meeting, so go ahead, if you want to read it.
Ordinance 2111, an ordinance of the city of Crescent City for providing that the official zoning map of the city of Crescent City be amended from general GC-1 general commercial to SR-1 single family residential for the following property. Putnam County Property Appraisers number 19, 12, 28, 17, 50, 05, 30, 0010. Legal description, Crescent City map book 2, block 53, 100 foot of lot 1 of book 244, page 320, excluding official record 1428, page 1545, providing for severability, providing for scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, good job. Good job. Do you want to, if you want to speak to what this is about, then I'll tell you what for the resident. Go ahead.
Okay, certainly. This is, we have a request to rezone commercial property on North Prospect from commercial to residential. This particular parcel, I think some time ago was rezoned specifically to have a business in the home, and now it's going to be sold as residential. And we've included in the packet the minutes from the planning and zoning meeting as well as the.
Ms. Preston reached out to me this afternoon, and she, as we all know, she had the water issue this morning, and they had to turn all the water off in the house, and the plumber wasn't coming until after 6 o'clock this evening. This is the house that she owns and that she currently has a contract on, and it sits on the right there on the corner of Magnolia and North Prospect Street. So she couldn't be here to speak tonight for that. And I just wanted to, I told her that we would share that and that we would go forward with it. And it is her request. She's making this
Yes.
request.
And planning and zoning board recommends approval. That's just staff.
Okay, okay. Do we have a motion?
I so move.
Okay,
Second.
okay. Do we have additional factual testimony for or against? Do we have any public input on this? No public input. I'm going to close public input. Commissioners, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Commissioner DeVito, you have a comment?
I just have a comment. This kind of completes the circle of ridiculousness with this property. I'm sure Commissioner West and Commissioner Banks will follow. It was, as Charles said, originally residential. Charlotte Preston owned it because she wanted to have her counseling business. She was a counselor, which to me, I'm even shocked that it was commercial because counseling is usually like
Okay, well,
office, whatever.
okay,
But anyway,
whatever. She,
So it was originally residential, so this is nothing unusual. And she was forced to get it made commercial because a neighbor objected. So it's going back to its original designation.
okay. Okay, commissioners, do we have any other comments? Okay, seeing none. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Okay, motion carries. The ordinance is passed, and this is going to be the first reading, so we'll hear this one again in January, correct? Okay. Okay, and with that, we're going to close out our public hearing section, and let's go to.
Then we have one more.
There's one more.
Oh, we do. Sorry, I was gonna see if we could kind of like, go ahead, Bobby.
Ordinance 2112, an ordinance of the city of Crescent City, Florida, providing the future land use map of the adopted comprehensive plan be amended from commercial to residential for the following property: Putnam County Property Appraisers number 19, 12, 28, 17, 50, 05, 30, 0010, Crescent City map book 2, block 53, 100 foot of lot 1, book 244, page 320, excluding official records 1428, page 1545, providing for severability, providing for scrivener's errors, and providing for effective date.
Mayor, this is a companion ordinance. Whenever you do the zoning, you have to update the future land use map.
And then I just have, there is, in the body of the ordinance, there, one change needs to be made. This ordinance references the other ordinance. I didn't know the number at the time that I drafted it, so I will make that short change in the body to reference 2111 and 2112.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
So do you need a motion?
Yes.
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. I'm gonna open it up for, additional factual testimony or for or against. Seeing none. Do we have any public input? Okay, seeing none. Commissioners, do we have any comments?
Well, the reason I asked if you needed a motion was I was going to ask, does the motion need to incorporate the changes that
I
the
don't think
attorney
so.
says he's going to make?
I don't think so. This is the first reading, correct?
Yeah, I believe just to be
Yeah,
passed with that,
Pardon?
passed with that. change.
Yeah.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. The motion needs to say, doesn't it, that it allowing Bobby to make the changes.
Yes.
Yeah, you can add that, yes.
Yeah, we'll add
So
that.
you want to add that to your motion?
Yeah.
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 Slide that to the motion.
Yeah.
Friendly second.
Right. With Bobby, with the attorney's changes.
Yeah, I want to make a motion to approve it. I'm just looking for the number now. Ordinance 2021-12, with the changes that our attorney has to make.
Okay.
And with my second also.
Okay. Do we have any other additional comments? Okay. Commissioners, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
I,
All opposed, nay. Okay, ordinance carries. Again, we'll read this one, second meeting in January. Okay, turning it over to you now. Charles.
Next item is filling a vacancy on the Trees and Gardens Board. We have one vacancy and did receive one application from Dr. Kevin Jordan. His application is included in your packet. Staff recommends approval of Dr. Jordan.
Okay. Commissioners, we have a motion.
I so move that we approve Kevin Jordan, Dr. Kevin Jordan to the Trees and Gardens Board.
Okay, we have a second.
Is he present?
He is, there he is. He's been sitting through the.
Hey, right there.
I'll second it.
Okay, so we have a second. Okay, do we have any discussion?
I have a couple of questions for Kevin, my neighbor. Can he come up?
Thank you, and thank you for your willingness to serve on this board.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here.
Great. So Kevin, I asked you, I think last year, if you'd be interested in serving on the Trees and Gardens Board, and you said no, that you weren't interested. You talked to one of the commissioners and there was no need to fill a vacancy or something like that. What changed your mind?
Oh, well, I think about half of those things are correct. I did say no a year ago or more. That was then, this is now. Things have changed. I have been in town almost 4 years now. I feel a little bit more comfortable with the lay of the land. I think I'm a little better informed of local issues and frankly more confident to fill the position. I think it would have been premature of me to accept that responsibility at that time.
Right. And so do you have an interest? I mean, do you have a particular interest that makes you want to serve? Do you have an interest in beautification?
Other than civic responsibility, I have an extensive education in biology, ecology, wildlife management, and a general interest in the welfare of the community.
Okay, because you've expressed to me some doubts about whether we need beautification for the community at one time.
I can't confirm that. I don't think there's a need for beautification. I think there's a need to protect the beautification that we have.
Commissioner Vito, we have, what's going on here? We have a volunteer.
Volunteer
And I'm sorry. Okay,
Okay,
but you are.
yes, and I'm entitled, we're voting on this, and I'm entitled to make sure that he knows what this is about and that he's a good person to appoint. He's my neighbor. I like him very much. But I've talked to him about the Trees and Gardens Board before. And I just want to know that he's the right person for the job.
Okay, thank you.
I leave that up to the commission.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Commissioners,
I make a motion that we accept him to the pre-board.
And I will second it.
okay, so we have a motion and a second and.
We already have-
Wait a minute, we already have a motion. We already have a motion. I think I'm still. We already have a motion in a second. You're absolutely right. But you know, Commissioner Banks, thank you for stepping up there and really double motion it. We appreciate that. With that, we're going to, commissioners, all in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Okay. Appointment carries. Dr. Jordan, thank you very much for your willingness, for your civic commitment to the commission, to the community. We appreciate that greatly. Thank you. Okay.
The next item is also the Trees and Gardens Board has brought to my attention that 2 current members, their terms expire this month. So they're willing and request to be reappointed to the board. Staff recommends reappointment of Pat Langdon and Pat Nate.
Okay. Commissioners, do we have a motion?
I so move that we appoint Pat Langen and Pat Hayden to the Trees and Gardens Board again.
Okay.
I would like to second that.
Okay, we have a second. Do we have any discussion, commissioners? No discussion. Okay. All in favor of the motion to appoint Ms. Langdon and Ms. Maiden, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Okay, appointment carries. Thank you both for your willingness to reserve once again. We appreciate all that you do. Okay.
Mayor, the next item is the annual request for support for the Arbor Day activities. And traditionally, the city purchases a tree to plant, and as well as providing some funding for the purchase of saplings that can be given out. I guess in the past, they've done it in exchange for food items, been able to actually collect quite a bit of food in this process. So staff recommends approval of the request. It's for up to $300, I think, for a tree. And the goal is to put a cypress tree out at Hardin Bank Park near the water. I think the tree would thrive in that environment. There's been some issue in years past of the trees not surviving due to inaccessibility of water. So I think this is a good location, and particularly for a cypress tree, would do well there. And then I think it's $200 for to buy saplings that we can give out or exchange for a food item as part of the festivities.
What day is that going to be? Does anyone know?
It is February,
January.
I'm sorry, January 22nd, isn't it?
January 22nd.
Okay, January 22nd. Okay. Do commissioners, do we have a motion?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Do we have a second? Do we have any discussion?
I have a question for Charles.
Okay.
This is only the second year that the city has purchased the saplings. Before they were provided by the Forest Service, but they don't have money for that anymore. So I noticed you said funds will be taken from the general fund aid to private organizations. I think last year it came out of the tree budget. So you're doing this as like a donation to the Women's Club, but the trees go to members of the community, not really the Women's Club.
I'm open to either way. My understanding, the tree line is for tree trimming. I think there's only one line for tree budget.
Not really. I mean, it came out of the tree budget last year.
And I'm fine with where money comes from.
The total money is, you're saying $300 for a cypress tree?
I think the prices we've gotten are $150.
Anywhere between 150 and 225. I have yet to go look at them to see if that's what we want. So I called 6 different places and got prices in that range.
Between 150 and 225.
And we are.
And then another 200 for the saplings. Is that
Yes, ma'am.
okay?
How many saplings?
Whatever we can get for.
Yeah, whatever we can get.
Okay, gotcha.
And are we working with local nurseries?
Putnam County, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, commissioners, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Okay, motion carries. And the Arbor Day request is approved.
Mayor, the next item has to do with the gas line relocation project with DOT. The DOT requires that you formally authorize me to sign documents for the city on behalf of the city. The document is included that I will fill out and sign and turn in for this project. And so we need this authorization to move forward.
Okay, this is formality more.
I'm sorry?
This is more of a formality.
It's a formality, but they do want a formal resolution from the commission.
Okay. Okay, do I have a motion?
I so move.
Second.
And then we have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion, commissioners?
I assume before he commits us to a big expenditure, he'll ask us, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. So it passes.
Mayor, the next item is I'm bringing back to you is the request for proposals for redevelopment of the Masonic Lodge property. I outlined in basically in the document, we require a letter of interest from a party, show us their experience, their references, and then a proposal concept. And I'll bring those back to you, really be open to anything. And at that point, it would be a negotiation. For instance, if they want to incentivize price, there would be some give and take. We could have strings attached where if they don't fulfill on their what they committed to, we get the property back and look for someone else or move forward with our own plans. They also have to demonstrate financial feasibility and capability to complete the project.
For clarification for those in the audience and those watching, this is, I know there's been some confusion that this is about the demolition. This is not about the demolition. This is about giving
Someone preserving and utilizing the property.
an opportunity for somebody to come in and preserve and be able to utilize that property and the historic value that it has. And, there is a resident here in the audience that said to me at one point that if we continue to take these away, what are we giving back? And so hopefully this will be an opportunity to give this back to the community. And so, thank you. Okay, commissioners, do we have a motion?
I move.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion on this RFP? Yes,
We
ma'am.
have a little bit more clarification on that. Now, this person.
Ms. Ash,
Come on up.
come on up.
I have a couple questions.
I'll allow you to have your questions, but this is. I'm sorry, I got these rules I have to follow.
Kamala Ash, 223 East Grand Rondo, Crescent City, Florida. And I guess everybody here knows it, the Lowell, that is a historical building. So I just wanted some clarification. You're not gonna tear it down, but you said you're giving opportunity for someone is the city or who's gonna fund it, the project, or someone
A
to come in?
person that wants to take the building over will fund it.
And then it'll be up there. So basically, they're gonna buy that property.
It depends.
They might.
They might.
We might give it to them in exchange for certain fulfillment of, a timeline and the purpose, and we may love the purpose. And someone comes to us and says, this is a $500,000 project.
Yeah.
Can you incentivize the price? And so maybe that we, little or nothing, but they have to fulfill, or we get it back and we start over with someone else.
So whoever comes in, they can do as they please with it. They can make it what they want.
No,
I know it'll be historical.
Well, they can propose what they want, and we'll have to accept it.
And we have to
agree
accept
it.
it. We have to accept it. So that they can come to us with a proposal and say, this is our intention. This is the timeline, and then we have a timeline because we have ownership of that building currently.
Okay.
And so that we would have that timeline for them. So there'll be parameters are gonna have to work within. But, we're trying to do everything we possibly can. The city doesn't have the funding to go in and restore the building at this
So what
time.
about grant funding? Have we reached out to try to receive grant funding?
Well, that's something that if somebody comes in, that they could possibly do also.
But it's something that the city is not seeking after.
Well,
Correct. Preservation grants are often matching grants.
Mhm.
And so I think it's going to be a significant project, will require a significant match from us. We're just not prepared for that from a budget, from a funding perspective. And if the proposer is a nonprofit organization, they may have the ability, and we certainly provide some assistance to write a grant with them. They would be the recipient of the grant, but have to fulfill on the grant obligation as well. So this basically opens up an opportunity for somebody to save the building and do something constructive with it.
So we as the city, have we tried to see how much it would cost for the rehabbing of a building such as that, and
Yes.
then apply.
Yes, we have.
This has been up for discussion in multiple meetings, and the Historic Society has come in because, this is something that they've also asked for us to do, to try to look at every opportunity we have. And this would be a good opportunity to put this back, for a group.
Well, it's black people, it's in a predominantly black community, and let me say, like I said, I'm 5 generations in this community. Now, we've had some significant amount of buildings that basically, some of them as well as churches should have been put on the historical registry. Now, Putnam County, the city, none have ever really funded or purposely gave back. Most of these buildings have been destroyed and torn down. And there are other buildings that we have purchased. The city has funded and purchased in this community. And I'm just trying to figure out why, there's never any funding or anything to kind of like, try to go to the full extent, to try to give back, like I shared, like I said, if we just they're tearing everything down, especially in the community of color, we have nothing. And our city, like I said, they have gotten several grants in this area. I don't know what all the commissioners are aware of it. I mean, all the mayor, I know you're a new incumbent mayor, but we have purchased and helped other organizations with different projects.
Okay.
And like this lady said too, this other lady said, now I know that's not related to city, but tell me, you got $50 million that Governor DeSantis sent down here to this county. Now, how much of that funding is gonna trickle down and come down here? How much money we gonna get out of that?
I think it got to be COVID connected.
It does have to be COVID. There are restrictions on that money. It's not just money that they've given out to the county, and right now, I believe it's 7.6 this year and 7.6 next year, and the county's looking at the different projects that they can do with that, and they've had public hearings, and I went to the one here in Putnam, in South Putnam, and there were 5 residents, and I believe only one of them was from the area that was there to speak up. But I believe, Ms. Ash, that we're doing everything we can with Masonic Lodge, and this is just a tool in our toolbox to see what we can do.
So this is the first part of it. We just gonna see first.
If somebody can
If
reach out
somebody
to
steps
us,
up, and if not, we're gonna
try
to figure something else out.
We're gonna continue to look at it. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so how long is this here? How
3
long
months.
is-
3 months.
And after 3 months, then we're gonna revisit.
We'll revisit it. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
And at that, I'm gonna have to tell you that I've given you 6 minutes.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Ash. Okay, yes, ma'am, you can come forward. I've opened it up to Ms. Ash, and then Commissioner DeVito, I'll get your questions in just a minute. Yes, ma'am, how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing fine. How are you doing?
Good, thank you for coming.
Jerry Hart, 37 Liverpool. We have nothing here for our young students when school is out. Could we get a boys and girl club, could the city, see about trying to make something convenient? Cause school gonna be out after a while. And there's gonna be another big problem with the school children. And that happens every year, they have nothing to do, nowhere to go. And the only thing they can do is get in trouble. And we as a community, I was born and raised there, we as a community need to start looking into seeing what can we do for our students, for the younger generation. Cause the park is closed from dusk to dawn, they go out there and they vandalism the bathroom, that's another problem. They're on the ATM, the bike, that's another problem. And we don't wanna picture our children, stamp them as a criminal. It's enough misbehaved children as it is right now. And if we don't take a hold to our community, we're gonna lose everybody. We're gonna lose them. So we need to see what can we do for our younger church if we can make that a boys to girls club.
And maybe one of those groups, one of those 501c3s will reach out to us. If you know of any, please, by all means, make sure they know about this. Thank you, Ms. Hardy. And she is right. We do need something for our children.
Can I speak to that?
Yes, sir.
We have tried, we got the Boys and Men Club, down there, in the old light place there. And I don't know what done happened to them, but they can't find nobody to participate. I think that's the problem. Okay, we got, the little league football team trying to start, and, we can't get that off the ground because we can't get the cooperation. Then again, the parents don't want to get involved. So that's one of the key issues. Now, what we did last year, where we had two commissions, we got 3 new commissions now, 2-1. If I'm not mistaken, we set aside $75,000 to try to put lights out there in the Harry Banks Park field out there. I don't know whether that's still there in the budget or we moved it.
It's a better place. Was it better place? Mike?
I just remember what.
I don't think we actually dedicated money to it, but we did get the price for it and decided it was very expensive to be able to do.
There was a discussion, I think, back then, that there was how much it was gonna cost. I don't know if you actually did a budget item for it, so.
There was,
Commissioner DeVito.
there was a past budget item, but unfortunately, and the lights are on the agenda, right?
Well,
No, they were
no,
in my report.
It's in your report,
It's in
okay.
the report.
So, yes, we had a budget item at one time. The person who was then our city manager did a bid and it came back way over whatever. But it's in the city manager's report, thanks to the mayor and the mayor of Palatka, we have a much more reasonable possibility. So this can happen.
And this,
depending on funding.
and right now, I need to bring this
Yes.
back to the Masonic Lodge.
Yes,
So-
I agree.
So let's,
I
and so
agree.
we'll talk about the lights when he gives his report, if that's okay with everyone,
Okay.
okay? So we have a motion and a second, and then you have a comment, Commissioner DeVito.
Yes, Ms. Ash clarified the thing I was gonna ask, which is how long will the RFP be out? And Charles said 3 months, correct? Also, to speak to something that Ms. Ash said, and I'm hoping that it will go, if it's not in the site history already. Crescent City does have a historic district that was done under the leadership of, I guess, Judy and Harry were here then, when Nancy Harris was the mayor. I think it was established in 1996. I'm hoping it will be in the site history that this house is a contributing, the structure is a contributing structure in the National Register Historic District. And also, I sent Charles a note on this today. In the packet and site history, it says the building was constructed in 1940. If you look at the information in the National Register Historic District, the building was actually built in 1908. It was moved from Summit Street back to Main Street when the highway was widened. So in sometime, I don't know when, did you know when the highway was widened, right? 40s, 50s. Anyway, the building was constructed in 1908. Right, and it is a contributing structure in our National Register Historic District.
Early 50s.
Yeah, Jim Stakey also sent a correction to that.
Right, and Jim Stady sent a lot of information, but I think the important parts are the dates are 1908, and it is a contributing structure in the historic district.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other comments?
I just want to comment.
Commissioner West?
Why just 3 months? Could we expand that to 6 months to give more information out? Maybe someone else.
That was a motion, the direction last month was to
Right.
put it out for 3 months.
Right, I know, but Is that enough time is what I'm concerned about.
I think, yeah, we can revisit it in 3 months, but you need to bring it to closure, and if we get 5 applications and we make them wait 6 months, they'll move on to another project possibly. So in 3 months, we definitely can visit it.
Okay, fine.
Is that correct, Charles?
Yes, and I think under an RP, I can bring you those as they come in
Okay,
for consideration.
that's even better.
Yeah.
I think so.
Um,
Yes, sir. Commissioner Banks?
We have been trying to get a pastor from Union Methodist Church to come forward to fill out some paperwork, maybe get a grant to read, because that is one of the oldest churches in Crescent City, Union Methodist. That was A. Philip Randolph, the father taught there. Was a pastor there. And if you notice that sign that out there in front of that sign, the headquarters from Jacksonville came down and presented that sign on the account of him coming and being the pastor there. And the prime manager, not the prime manager, but Patrick Kennedy, got on his knees with a headlight on and looked up under the seat.
Got under that.
Yeah, got up under there, but it still couldn't get nobody from that church to sign off on it for a grant. Cause the pastors, basically all the pastors will come to that church is from out of town.
Wow.
And they're not too much concerned.
Maybe the
About it.
congregation.
Yeah, but the congregation is very few. But the church is still there. And I think that should be a monument of Crescent City.
I gotta agree with that. Yeah.
But we can't get nobody to,
I hate to see it go.
me too. I hate to see it go down. It's going down.
For sure.
But we can't get nobody from the leadership. We have tried it. They sent pastor there, pastor come. And like they interested in it.
Well, maybe we need to work on that.
Now, I really think we need to work on that because that is one of the oldest churches. I think it's the oldest. I don't, between that and Jeffro.
Mayor, if I could suggest that for one of our next agendas, we put the issue of some of our important historic buildings on the agenda to see what we can possibly come up with, to do something about some of the other buildings.
That's commissioners, I don't know if at the next agenda, maybe we can bring it up. I don't know. We're gonna have to go out and we have to identify those specific properties. I don't know if we'll be ready at that next meeting to do something like that, but we can certainly put it on the agenda to discuss it.
Sure, and I think the Historical Society can help with that because we've done a preview around town.
Okay, good. Charles, can we do that and make a note?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna bring this back to the Masonic Lodge. We've got a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Public comments over.
I'm so sorry. I've closed it. We're back to,
Well, I'm under due diligence for a building to start a cultural center. And I have no clue.
okay, you wanna come forward? I'm gonna allow you to come forward. Unfortunately, can you do this, in like quickly? Is this about the Masonic? Let me ask you this, is this about the Masonic Lodge?
Yeah.
Okay, because we're keeping it to Masonic.
2390 South Highway 17. I've been trying to gather with people to do some kind of a cultural center or something for a kid. So I'm currently pre-contract or in due diligence for a contract to buy a large building, meeting with different pastors about having a multicultural place where people can meet and bring some more activities to kids in the community. I'm obviously buying a building I was gonna buy a building to do it, and then you guys are talking about looking for someone to do something with a building. I have no clue if you already have someone that's.
No, we're just sending out the bid for that, so that's probably
And the
what
reason
you,
I interrupted is because I thought you already had someone that
No.
had the building.
no.
Meanwhile, I only have a short amount of time to make a decision about the purchase, and I'm in due diligence, but it's the county that has to decide how they're going to utilize the building. It's 6,000 square foot building. I don't know how big this building is.
Oh, it's not
It's a very small,
Yeah.
it's not size of a house, it's very little. Yeah.
Small thing.
So
I mean,
you're
definitely
your-
would be interested in. looking
Okay.
at it.
Well, the RFP, and you can get a copy of it from Karen in the office. Make sure you get a copy of it. You can probably get it online too. You'll be able to get it online as well. Is that correct on the website? Yes.
We'll put it on the website.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Okay. We have a motion, we have a second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Okay. So the RFP is approved, and please, by all means, look into that and go on site, because that might fit it might fit what you're trying to do, and that would be great. So, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. The next item is to schedule some special meetings. We want to do special meetings so that we can vote and wrap up those issues. One being the changes to the parks ordinance, deciding which violations will be misdemeanors, which will be monetary fines, and how much those fines will be. And the other is to discuss and prepare really a counter proposal to the interlocal agreement that the county has sent to us. They sent us their proposal, and we want to formulate a response to that. So we have a meeting dedicated to that.
Okay, you also want to do the comp plan?
And yeah, we do. I'm going to send out a comp plan. We have the strike through and underline of our update to our comp plan, but it's an 83-page document. So I'm going to send it out to you tomorrow via email, so that you have over the holidays, read it. You see the proposed changes. It's very tough read, it's very dry. But you're going to go through it, and then we would have a meeting where you, there is going to be a public hearing at the planning and zoning board about it, so public by comment and input. And then I would recommend we have your meeting after that for your, then you'll have heard what's going on in planning and zoning. And then there'll be a first reading to adopt it in February. That's the schedule. Then it goes to the state for comments or whatever. So I recommend that meeting fall after planning and zoning, which is the third Thursday.
Okay. So maybe like on the 27th, we would do that date, Thursday, the 27th for the comp plan.
I'm sorry, what are we?
We need 3 dates. We need 3 dates.
You want to start with that one, with the comp plan? So planning and zoning meets on the 20th. So
I
you
just
could
wanna
meet
go ahead and-
Thursday, the 27th.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We could go ahead and eliminate that one, get that on the calendar.
What is the 20th again?
Well, that's a Thursday. These are.
No, what's meeting on the 20th?
The planning and zoning, they're meeting January 20th. They'll have a public hearing.
And so you want to meet on the 27th?
Yes.
Okay, I can't do that, so.
That's not good for me either. And Charles, I'm a little bit confused. The nature, you also said something about then we would vote on this in February. So the nature of the initial meeting that you want to have is just a workshop?
For your comments and questions, why do we strike that? Why are you recommending that you be with the consultants, the regional planners? So
Okay.
you can have a session with them.
That's the workshop. Can we do the first week in February by any chance?
February 3rd.
Sure.
Does that work for everyone?
Anybody have a problem on February 3rd?
That work for Commissioner Burton, that work for your schedule, Commissioner Banks?
Yeah, that's on the third, right?
It's Thursday, yes, sir.
Yeah, I'd be all right with it.
Commissioner West. Okay, so we're gonna do our comp plan. We'll do the comp plan workshop on February 3rd. And we need to do that. What time are we going to do that?
What's your pleasure? During the day, could be, if you want. You don't want to be here at night.
That'd be fine.
Yeah, I'd rather have it did.
Is that something that we need to give people the ability to be here or?
Well, it's free. It's really
It's
not a
really
public
for our-
input
It's
session.
it's really
Okay.
for
for you.
us.
If you have questions, you may determine that you don't have a lot of questions about it in a short session.
Okay. That's
You
fine.
wanna do it at what time? You wanna do it at 3 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock?
all the.
Commissioners?
I thought 3 sounded very good.
Yeah, 3 sound better.
Okay, 3 o'clock. Okay, and then we're gonna do our parks ordinance revisions, and that's, when do we want to do that one?
I wondered if, is Charles ready to do that? Do you have a date in mind when you will be prepared to do that?
Not specifically, a lot of it, we have to just ask you, do you want, somebody has their dog on the beach, do you want it to be a misdemeanor, or do you want it to be $100 fine, you know?
And I
it's
think the sheriff's, I believe the sheriff's department too will probably be there to answer some questions as to what we can and cannot do. As well as Mr. Pickens, you want to look at January 18th? How's everybody with January 18th? What does that date look like for everybody?
No, the 11th looks better.
The 11th looks great for me too. But I want to make sure everybody, the 11th,
Can't wait, no,
no.
that's my birthday.
Well, I think we should do it on your birthday, and then we can celebrate. It would be a good reason to have cake.
Well, I'll be absent.
Okay. Well, the 13th is our regular meeting. So, but do we want to do Wednesday, the 12th? I mean, if y'all want to keep it that week.
I'd rather keep it that week, actually.
Okay, so we're gonna do it
I'm good on the good.
the 12th.
Right, but now do we need to do that at 5 o'clock?
That one we're probably going to need to do in the evening because it's, so I would say let's do it at 5 o'clock.
5:30? Do we need to
Let's
give?
do 5 o'clock, and that's a special meeting. That's gonna be
It'll
a special meeting.
so we can
Okay,
vote on each thing and.
right, okay. Okay, and then we have the interlocal agreement.
At 5 p.m.
Yes, sir.
And we're thinking we can't do the interlocal agreement and the parks ordinance at the same time. We need 2 separate times for that.
It's up to you, it's how long you want to be here.
I mean, we can do them
You know,
together.
if you do your homework, so once you get in there, you kind of know exactly what you want to change with the ordinances, then it should go very quickly.
Yeah.
It really should. And I think most of us have something in mind already for how things we want to change. I
Okay,
believe we do.
Well, and the question I have about the interlocal agreement is, do we have a deadline on that? I mean,
The county hasn't pushed us to come, they want to come to a council regular meeting and present. And that's when we want to have our counter proposal ready, they'll understand.
so in other words,
They have not given me a deadline.
right, so we want to vote on both of these things. We want to vote on our interlocal agreement and we want to vote on our parks ordinance. Is that right?
I think so. That's my recommendation.
Okay.
So we do that all on the 12th.
All right. If we
Okay,
can.
then we're gonna do the park.
Yeah, the parks and, or the park ordinances.
so everything on the 12th, starting at 5 o'clock. And then the comp plan, February 3rd. Start at 3 o'clock.
Well, and I don't know, it just worries me a little bit. I guess, we may go late. We could start at 4 and start with the interlocal agreement. Does that make sense?
We can start at 4 and do the interlocal. I mean, that's it. Commissioners, how do you feel about that?
February,
No, sir, January 12th,
January 12th.
day after your birthday,
all right with me.
All right, 4 o'clock then?
and do interlocal first.
Just, that's more technical. I
Yeah.
don't think there's gonna be too many people who really want to speak to that so much.
Okay.
No fun.
Okay. Okay,
Thank you, Mayor.
so we're gonna need do we want to vote on this? Or we just?
I don't think so.
You're good? Okay, I just want to make sure everybody's good with that, okay?
The next item is I'm bringing back a draft of the 5-year strategic plans, the working document. We're not going to adopt anything tonight. I just wanted to get your input. I put in some strategies under each of the objectives you chose, goals and objectives. And I did come up blank on a couple. Particularly, we had an objective of under attracting new full-time residents. We want to provide incentives. And I started putting in, we'll waive the deposit No, we can't do that, or we can pay the deposit, and where's that coming from? So I was kind of at a loss of what strategies would be to provide incentives to get new full-time residents.
Why can't you waive a deposit?
Well, $35 or $50 is probably not the incentive, but I was thinking that if we could do something to try to support new businesses that would support the needs and wants of new residents that would be moving in here, for us to try to work with new, bringing in new businesses. I mean, it kind of goes back and forth with our business section also, but I was thinking that, we could add that, but I don't know, commissioners, do you have any?
Well, I do, I mean, I think, instead of provide incentives, I struck through that and put market ourselves, because what I'm thinking of particularly with new residents, we do need new residents. We have a lot of vacant lots. And so my thought was we need to specifically market ourselves as a residential community and highlight, I've looked on websites of other cities. They have sections on their websites that talk about the amenities that they have, you know, what makes them attractive. As a residential area, you know, we have water, we have parks, we're golf cart or whatever, we're walkable, we have history, and we have a lot of vacant lots.
I like that better than market our residential amenities and
Yes,
quality of life.
yes, and that we actually market ourselves.
Well, you know, what seemed to me now, I don't want to step on nobody's feet. But like when we tried to get a nice, clean business to come into our town, and I'll use this park down here that's getting ready to come in. Look like we tried to give them people such a hassle. Now look, if these people coming in and gonna spend about $6 million with the land and to develop that thing, why did she give them a hassle? But it seemed to be every little I had to be dotted, and every little T had to be crossed. That's nonsense. I could see it if it was a smokestack coming into town, or a strip club coming into town, or et cetera, and stuff like that. But for a person willing to spend $6 million to put a nice park.
Okay.
We're on full-time residents at this point, aren't we?
Well, but he
Okay.
still has the floor. He has the floor. Sure. But I'm gonna ask for no comments from the audience, please. Sorry. Go ahead.
Why should we get to be such a hassle? You know, I can remember, and I'm gonna be very brief. Very brief. When that center wanted to be put out there on the hill out there. We were getting the people a hassle about another inch on a double fence in front of the place. Why? What difference that gonna make? A fence that rehab place out there? Yes, it came up. They wanted,
And they brought 100 jobs.
I think the fence was
600
supposed to be
So
six.
he's talking about Walmart. This is the rehab center.
Yeah, I'm talking about rehab, I'm talking about the rehab
They brought
center
100 jobs into the community.
out there on the hill. And it was a hassle that we tried to give the people.
And then cover up the fence.
Yeah. And all of that. Look like when people come to the town and trying to improve the town, we as the leaders should try to help the people with some kind of incentive instead of trying to criticize. That's just the way I feel. That's been on my heart and it's still on my heart. Why do we do that? That make anybody turn coat and take off. And we need tax, people. We need something to move it down, gonna give us some money. That's right. So we don't want to be raising the tax on our residents. We need some business. I'm through.
Okay, okay.
So I like that, rather than provide incentives, market the residential amenities and
Okay.
aspects of our community.
Okay. Commissioners, do we have more comments? How does everyone feel about that? Is that good?
I like that better.
Okay. Okay. Do we have any other comments?
I have a question for Charles about, sorry, I got distracted. Oh, boy. It was under code enforcement.
That's gonna be,
Sorry, the pages aren't numbered. That's what's throwing me off. Goal, I think it's the
it's under
third.
blighted property.
Right,
The
it's
center
the-
goals, blighted property.
Right, blighted properties, Charles, I don't know what happened to that PowerPoint you were writing on, but something disappeared. We talk about code improvements, necessary to eliminate violations identified. So when you say code improvements, we had said specifically, you had a technical term, I think it was to establish minimum building standards, was that what you said?
May have a minimum maintenance standard.
Minimum maintenance standards. Okay, is that what you're getting at when you say identify blighted properties and code improvement?
No. No, I think it's basically, so we just, rather than just saying, oh, those houses over there are a mess, we would identify, well, specifically, it's the maintenance, it's the exterior paint, and it's, you know, the rain drains are falling off, like specifically identify the properties and the specific improvements necessary to bring them up to code, to eliminate the violation.
Okay, but that was the part, that was why I brought up the issue of minimum maintenance standards, because according to our former city manager, Patrick Kennedy, and now our code enforcement officer, Pam Taylor, our code is not strict enough to keep buildings from falling into disrepair. And I know Commissioner Banks brought up the issue of boarded up windows, but I think we need.
Could be a strategy.
Right, I think we need to include that minimum maintenance standards because ours does not, it's not sufficient to protect the integrity of the building. And that's what leads to them deteriorating to the point where they have to be condemned because we don't have a code that lets us do anything about it. We can do a fence, we can do a roof if they can see it from the street or whatever, but we need to tighten our minimum maintenance standards, I think.
And that's how I was reading that we would do code improvements to cover that. That's how I was reading that, but I guess that.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, change our code.
Yeah, that's what I was
to
thinking.
address
That's
those.
what-
So a strategy would be to develop minimum maintenance standards.
Yeah.
We
I
bring those
want
back.
to be sure to do that. And then another thought that I had is my understanding from talking to people that a lot of our rental properties are not really habitable. And I wonder if we could include in this code issue, and I don't even know, Bobby Pickens would have to speak to that. Can we have some kind of landlord registration? I'm not up on what the state allows us to do. But it's some of our rental properties that are a problem. They're not really habitable, and there's some of the properties that they just don't keep them up.
I've been in a couple of communities that work, they wanted to establish a rental inspection program. One of the challenges was if for instance, if there was a landlord who paid the water, so the opportunity for the city to get in and inspect is when the tenant would change. But if the landlord just pays everything, the city never knows when the tenant changes. So because no one comes in and signs up for their water and so forth. So the city's used it as an opportunity to then have an inspection. But there may be some issues on that. We have to look at if we can actually do that, go into the property and inspect it. I can contact Newport Ritchie and see what progress they made with that. They wanted to do that because they had a problem with blighted rental properties. But there was some obstacle to us just automatically being able to inspect those properties. We can look into that.
I guess to me, I don't know how we do it. but I think we need to address blighted rental properties in maybe several fashions. Because I know I live on a street that has had blighted rental properties, and it's both the condition of the building, and then a lot of times they're just not kept up. There's trash, there's, whatever. And it just seems like we need a way to get a handle on that. Because they're not homestead. We actually can do more with non-homestead, right? Anyway.
And that deals more with the interior, it's uninhabitable kind of thing, but nobody knows because they can't see.
Eventually, place falls apart.
Any other recommendations?
Commissioners, we have anything else?
Oh, actually, this goes to something Commissioner Banks was saying. Under quality of life livability, on the third objective, it says promote historic preservation. Both of the strategies, there's two strategies, and each of them deal with supporting another organization. The first one says support the efforts of the Fruitland Peninsula Historical Society. My thought was to combine that with support the efforts of the Downtown Partnership and just put and to the Fruitland Peninsula Historical Society. But given that we've been talking about these historic buildings and churches that we have, and the fact that they're going downhill and that people want to think we should be applying for grants, maybe this is the time to have a strategy establishing a historical committee to look into our preservation issues. Maybe we should put that as a separate.
I think these
topic.
two entities need to stay separate the way they are, and you can add an additional strategy if you want to, but I do think they're two different entities and we should keep them separate just in case they go in different directions. So.
Are you talking
I
about
agree.
a committee as like a sunshine committee appointed by this body, or more of an informal citizen committee that would identify historic properties, or what's sort of the nature of the committee?
Well, I think it would be helpful for it to be appointed by the city. I mean, I don't know. It could be temporary. We could see where it goes. But I guess if we appoint it to make recommendations to the city, then it would have to be subject to the sunshine law.
Yes.
But I remember when Commissioner Scholl was on the commission, it was, and maybe after that, I don't know, it was discussed, should we have any kind of a preservation board, but maybe a committee would be the first step.
It could be, if we ever wanted certified local government status, we would have to establish a preservation board. This could be an interim step.
So,
Do you want to add that as a strategy? Do we want to add that as a strategy? Commissioners, are y'all in favor of that?
Yeah, just repeat that.
That we would create a historical committee?
Basically, to look into what can be done for our historic buildings from the city's perspective.
Sort of quantify.
It would be an
categorize.
advisory, it would be only an advisory committee.
Right.
Would that be part of the main street?
Well, the design committee would, but only in the.
Only in the
The
CRA
downtown.
or the maintain.
We can go throughout the community.
Okay, so we'll add that. Okay. We have anything else that anybody? I think over here where it says increase social media posts about city and communications that, we definitely need to work on. And we don't have anybody at this point, but when we do get the CRA position for our public relations, so that we have regular updates and so people do know what's going on. I think that's very important. And they're just not everything they read on social media or Facebook becomes true. That it's
You
coming
control the
out.
message.
Right, we control the message, so that's important. And also improve website experience. We also have that with the chamber with Visit Putnam, that new app that they have.
Yes, we need to make sure
So
that our residents or our businesses are listed.
that our businesses, or if we have activities that they're on there, so that people, when they visit Putnam County, they can actually go on that app and it'll tell them everything that's going on the weekend, places to visit. So,
So you're saying connect with Visit Putnam app?
yeah.
I think that's a great idea.
Do we have any other input? We'll close this up.
Actually, under environment, I did make a note. On the second objective, it said reduce stormwater runoff into lakes. I don't know, the lakes, besides stormwater runoff, there's another issue. When we have drought or whatever, the lakes tend to go down. And it's come to my attention that although the St. Johns River Water Management District has watering regulations about the hours you can water and how much, they do not enforce them. And a lot of people here have private wells that pump out of the lakes. And I'm not suggesting that we do anything draconian. But one thing we could do to help our lakes would be simply to have our own ordinance that would allow code enforcement to do some kind of reasonable enforcement of the water management district regulations, especially when there's drought, because that's when people pump or water, and that's when it really tends to affect the lake level. And I think the water management regulations are very reasonable. Your lawn is not going to die if you keep to those regulations.
Here's the problem.
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner.
Our code enforcement officer doesn't have time to do everything that we've asked her to do already. I'm concerned about time to add more to it. She doesn't have time to enforce some of the regulations we have already, like mowing your yard and letting the grass clippings run out into the street.
But she is 20 hours a week.
Right.
So, I mean, the more you put on her, and I don't know with that, if she's, I don't even know the skill set that you would need in order to cite someone for that, with the water.
Well, it's a 5-year strategic plan.
Right.
So I thought maybe just put it on there for investigation.
That would be fine.
Look at the
Find a way to do it.
possibility.
Commissioners, how do you feel about this? It's your strategic plan.
Yeah, but that's all it is. Yeah.
Well, it just planned, and I think our water goes up and down with, I don't know if it's something that you can necessarily stick onto a code enforcement officer to really kind of regulate all of that. I don't know how to
I think
explain
we
what
could,
mean,
I think
but-
we could say something as far as maybe that we monitor, the city monitors when the lakes go down,
And then maybe we can ask the questions, I suppose, but.
I guess it's not really that hard, because I will tell you that when somebody has a agricultural quality sprayer that is spraying water high into the air that everybody can see, and it's going on for days, and it's after 10 a.m. and before 4 p.m., it's not that hard.
Let me answer
It's
another
just not
question.
that
Is
hard.
this somebody that's writing directly in the city, or is it somebody in the county?
In the city.
I mean, because that's the other thing.
No, I'm talking about the city.
Yeah, but the lake is also hooked up to the county.
I'm gonna say this is a moving
it's hard.
this
That's
is
kind
a
of a moving-
moving document, so at this time, I would say maybe we need to investigate that, and we can add that at a later date. And once we know more, that we can actually do something with that. Because these are all of what we're putting in here are really kind of, they're doable goals that we're setting.
Yeah.
And so with that, okay.
Well, I think St. John Water Management, it controls some of it.
Oh, no.
No.
They don't.
They
No.
don't enforce.
No, they'll send a letter, and they're not too happy if you call and ask them to send a letter. Commissioner West is right. I just found that out.
They
They
don't
don't
enforce.
So we don't enforce.
Nope. Got it.
Okay, so are we good with this first draft of the strategic plan? Okay, everybody good with that? Okay, Charles, got the changes that, okay. With that, at this time, I'm gonna close the commission meeting and I'm gonna open up our CRA. Charles has a presentation. Got the floor, Charles. Candace, over to you for just a second.
All right.
Time for a bathroom break.
Yeah, did the mayor disappear?
Yeah.
I'm gonna disappear too. Go right ahead.
Got some orange cake in the fridge from the Thanksgiving
Got it,
dinner. Nobody ate the orange cake. Remember that orange cream cake?
Right.
It's still in the
we
fridge.
got any drinks?
It's good. It's very sweet.
Is any drinks in there?
There are the soft drinks.
Yeah.
in the
You want
fridge.
me to go get you?
Close out that browser and not realize it's working on a different browser.
I didn't do it.
Oh, did Ron do
I
that?
don't know. That sounds like it could be.
You know what I mean?
I'm sure it's something.
Sometimes you have a browser, you just click on this one, not that one. It should be clicking on, you know what I mean? It might be a different browser. So I'm gonna click on all his browsers.
Everybody back? Okay, we're gonna re-adjourn for the CRA.
Thank you, Mayor. This first item is about our grant program. We have one, what I define as one grant program, commercial facade grant program. And in my experience with grants is when you award money, the auditors look at the grant award. They want to know what program went with and did you follow the guidelines of the program. So as I outlined in my cover letter, currently we have $1,000 maximum facade grant, commercial facade grant, and a 50% match. And what I'd like to do is add another tool to our toolbox by having another grant program that's a little more open to our what it is we want to do, rather than having trying to fit projects into these guidelines. And I don't think we can do much. Experience has shown us not much happens with basically $2,000 or $1,000. So I'd also included I think some time ago, I sent out to you an article I wrote about how we view downtown buildings. One of my view of downtown buildings is they're really a community asset. If you look over history, you forget over time who owned the building when, and you just know those buildings and you see them in a picture, you say, oh, that's downtown Crescent City. So over time, in that view, the owners really become temporary stewards or tenants. They're the owner, but just right now, they want to always be the owner. And if they're not taking care of the building or they're unable to, we just hope that we get an owner in there that will invest the money. And there is a common myth out there. I found that people think if you own a commercial building, you're wealthy. And that's not the case. Many times buildings are inherited or people got the building and things haven't gone well. And so they may not have the resources to redevelop a building or to fix it up. So this, I hope, will address all that. I probably just went through my summary slide, but essentially, if we look at our property owners really as our customer, because they pay the rent they pay is the property taxes. We want them to pay their property taxes and fees and so forth. And we want to attract a good customer. And so I always view our commercial buildings downtown as our product. And we're looking for a good customer. And we need to take care of our product, our asset, rather than just leave it to chance, leave it in someone else's hands. Because when a building is a problem, is an eyesore, it really drags down the entire district. We all feel the effects. And I think what I want to talk about today is an opportunity to kind of be more proactive and see if we can tackle some of these projects. So I have a guy who can do Photoshop renderings for me. So I did a few renderings to kind of show you what I'm talking about. I wish I had some more for tonight. I just got a couple to show you, but I think it makes the point. This is a wonderful little brick building we have downtown. And that's the other thing. We have so few buildings left downtown. It's really, I hope, a manageable process of fixing up what we have as we try to attract more investment. So this is a great little brick facade building and it's actually two buildings. The building on the left is the barber shop. So to illustrate just some simple improvements to the building, new awnings, painting the trim, a new awning for there's a fixed awning on the barber shop and there's canvas awnings on the rest, a little bit of improvements. But what I'm talking about is going really even further in creating that downtown environment that we're looking for in downtown that's got sidewalk seating space and place for people to stroll and even be merchandising outside. This I think illustrates what's possible with that little building. This is another property. Actually, when I took this photo, I didn't realize there was two ownerships. The vacant lot is a different owner than the green building. But that opportunity of a really long building like that, normally I would look at this and say, oh, we need an infill. And with an infill building, we could probably get two retailers in there. But that actually long building, I saw Lake Placid, Florida. I was down there for the Caladian Festival, and they redeveloped a building like this using the length on the side, where there's actually 3 tenants in there, and so the current occupant could consolidate even a little further back to sublet, or at least out the front, to a retail, to more of a walk-in sort of retail, and then utilize the space. Ultimately, this space could get infilled with the building, but this is creates a wonderful public space.
And not that we're asking Mr. King to do this.
Correct.
This is just used as an example of what you can do with a building, huh?
I said that's key.
Yes, yeah.
But it's a big difference of the potential of that building and that site. And this is a vacant lot. The building here was demolished. You're all familiar with this.
Yeah.
This is the site where hopefully someday, again, we'll get an infill building, put something up there. But in the meantime, there's a phenomenon known as pop-ups where you can, through containers or other types of means, you can put in an active space, like a box park, where you have shipping containers that are turned into leasable space. And
they're
you can
movable.
even have area where, for instance, most of that ended up being retail. You could bring in a food truck every once in a while to bring some variety, to change out the food, put a movie screen at the back, do many things on that, in that corner. So the program I'm proposing, the facade grant, is we would come to you, go to the property owners and say, we would like to do this, make these improvements to your building. And if you're willing, you'll sign an agreement, we'll do it. And then we gain the benefit of that ripple effect to the community. We've got that to handle. We're not doing anything to the inside. We can talk later about build out grants for new tenants and so forth. But just to get our, to put on a good face, to get these buildings that need a little TLC. Some are very little. I think this first one, these types of improvements are very minor. You know, and part of the agreement, when they sign the agreement, is if you take off our awnings within the next so many years, you pay us for the awning. You know, there's an agreement there with we get to keep our improvements. These improvements are tenant neutral. We would put barbershop on there, their name, but generally speaking, we're kind of attracting people to this and creating a hub. And this will lead into my next item about purchasing buildings and properties. But for now, I want to get your approval of this grant program so that when we do provide a grant to somebody, we have a program in place already for our auditors to look at. This is why we granted this money, and we have this program for these ends.
And this is with our, just so everybody in the audience understands, this is what we're looking at with our CRA.
Our CRA, downtown redevelopment.
Has to be specific to that area.
Right, I have a question for Charles. I'm looking at the guidelines.
Yes.
So what I see in here, and maybe I'm not looking in the right place, but it still says the maximum and minimum is 1,000.
Well, I provided you the old grant.
These are the old
Okay,
ones.
this is the old one.
Yeah, that's the old.
All right, so,
The new one is much shorter.
okay, I'm sorry, see, I'm on the wrong one. Okay, so how high would these grants be? Okay, sorry, I'm in the wrong one. Yeah, how high would they be, and where would they come from? That general budget item that we had in the budget.
Well, it would depend on the project. I would come to you with a proposal and say, we want to fix this building. Maybe it's $5,000. Maybe it's $25,000. It would depend on.
Okay, so it's case by case.
Yes.
There's no number in
So we're not locking ourselves out.
here. Okay.
Right. You see the new one? Did you see the new?
Yeah, I
proposed
have
one?
it,
Okay.
but that was my earlier question
Okay.
for him, just in general. So we are not putting any particular ceiling. We're limited by what you would propose and what we have in the budget.
Correct.
Okay.
My question on here, government offices and agencies are ineligible participants, but non-governmental for-profit tenants are eligible. 501c3s, where would they fall in? Would they fall in as,
Well, for me, the grant is for the building.
okay,
We're fixing buildings. And it's very common in CRAs, they won't give a grant to anyone who doesn't contribute to the TIF.
okay, that's
But
what
to
I
me,
that's what I was asking.
That building could be dragging the whole TIF down,
Okay,
and we just can't fix it because it doesn't pay a alarm tax. So I don't like that when they have that provision, so I had to put that in there.
Okay.
We can fix the building.
okay. I just want some clarification.
Ultimately, we would have to approve it.
Yes, you'll have to approve every grant. Yeah. For each company.
Well, and just, Mayor, can I make a comment about this?
Yes.
I think these illustrations are wonderful. I like this particular illustration where you have the box park, because, you know, we need startup businesses. I mean, we definitely need new businesses downtown. And I think that is a particularly creative way to help small entrepreneurs and to generate some economic activity. I'm less enthusiastic about asking an existing business that we have to, let us take over their driveway space or something like that. I would rather see us generate new activity in an unused space than to repurpose something that an existing building is already using. But I think that the pop-ups kind of go with our greatest need, which is to fill vacant space with productive activity. And that looks wonderful.
Yeah, it's more affordable because especially if you get those little half boxes, it's less square footage they're renting. It's more attainable for a little boutique, for instance, to start up, very small space, a little coffee shop or a smoothie.
And this is not something that the participant, they would have to be an active participant, so we wouldn't be taking over their space necessarily.
No, I'm saying it would be a proposal.
Yeah,
I'm saying.
they would have to approve that. I mean, they would
Right.
have to be in agreement with that.
So
So
I'm saying just more of a
Commissioner Burton. Okay, Commissioner Burton.
So, my question is, because I like the idea, I really do, I
Me
think,
too, I like that.
yeah. And I like the idea, that Commissioner DeVito's talking about with the new businesses coming in. But I also like the idea of the old businesses, because we do have people that own those properties, they own them for quite some time. And really haven't done much with them, and this would give them an opportunity, hopefully, to improve their looks, improve their business. I mean, it opens up a few doors. But my biggest question though is at some point, what do we do? Like, let's say we hand them, not hand them, basically, we handed them some money. We give them $5,000 and they, address the issue on the front and put the awnings on and all and everything. And, well, they don't keep up on their end, another 2 years, the awnings are, got holes in them and they're, the building's looking ratty again. What do we do? I mean, we've actually given them a helping hand, which hasn't helped them at all, I mean, it helped them maybe for a minute, but then I guess that money is gone, is that what the deal is?
Well, there's a payback provision. So we'd say over the next 5 years, you gotta maintain, you gotta keep the building clean, you gotta keep the awnings clean and in good condition. Whatever we did, we replaced the window, you keep the windows, in condition. And so and that amount of that payback would decline over 5 years until zero. And then the other tool is some kind of maintenance standards where we can say to them, you gotta watch your building, there's mildew all over the side, you're in violation of the minimum maintenance standards. So a little bit of a stick. We're trying to carry,
How we kind of get that to maintain itself without spending money and ending up.
right
where we
back where
started.
we were.
That's-
There's always that issue. The hope is the momentum of the excitement of everybody and all the other buildings getting fixed, people, there comes a peer pressure.
See, the way I think of it is if you can get your older buildings looking good, then you get a newer building like the box park coming in.
Exactly.
That's really kind of key, that we start, providing the incentive for the older buildings for sure. Okay.
I think both. I think they both play like hand in hand with one another.
I agree with that,
And as a business owner, I mean, I've owned businesses. Some of us have owned businesses here, so we know that sometimes it's, do you pay your employees or do you,
Replace the awning, yeah.
replace the awning? And so this is an opportunity to help them. It's not that they necessarily want their building to look the way it is. It's just,
they can't,
they
they don't have the resources.
You just don't
to
have the
put
resources to
into
put
it.
into it.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I agree.
But hopefully it will encourage more business.
it will.
to Come down here, so.
So commissioners, do we have any other comments on this before he moves on?
The only other comment that I have is, you're trying to create a new grant program.
Yes.
And you're gonna maintain the old one that you basically say was kind of useless. When I read your note, you say it was kind of useless. I think it kind of has been. I don't know know the reasons why I haven't lived here long enough to.
I don't think it's enough money.
It's not enough money, $1,000, you're not really even gonna get the building pressure washed for $1,000.
Right.
I wouldn't say it's been useless because it's my understanding, and Commissioner West and Commissioner Banks and probably Diane will remember, but didn't that help Palmera's to improve the outside of their building? Didn't they use that facade grant? Right, so I think that it's been.
So somebody might use it.
Right.
Right.
Not
I
the
think-
target of our efforts, yeah.
Right, I think it has helped.
Maybe useless was a little too strong a word, but it was not as effective as.
Yeah.
I think what we're coming down to is that it's not necessarily useless, it's just the amount of money is not
Often enough.
To get the impact we were
Really
hoping
do the job.
to create the impact that it was designed to
Right.
create.
Right.
Exactly.
Well, and as Charles said, this is another tool. We're not eliminating the other one. Someone could apply for it if it is right for them. It certainly will pay for a certain amount of paint. But this will give us something else. And Mayor, I do have one question, if that's okay.
Okay, sure.
I noticed there are general conditions, and this goes to what Commissioner Burton raised, what happens if they don't do well or whatever. Is there anything in here, are we allowed to kind of judge them on the viability of their business? As, to whether we'll give a grant?
I don't recommend that, because for me, again, we're looking at our product, our inventory of buildings.
Okay.
Are they ready and attractive and so forth.
I see, so we're not really worrying about the viability of the business, we're looking at the building.
Correct.
Okay, that's fine, sorry. Commissioner Burton, let me astray.
All her fault.
Right.
Okay, so do we need a
No,
motion on
that's
this?
just, thanks for clarifying
So
that.
we need a motion on this?
Do we need a motion?
I need your approval
Yeah,
of
we need
the
a
program.
Right, I move that we authorize the city manager to establish the new matching, right, the new community CRA.
It's a commercial
Right.
grant program.
Sorry, commercial grant program, yes.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any more discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Okay, motion carries.
So the next item is really just to kind of gauge your reaction, your interest in being more aggressive in our efforts downtown in possibly purchasing and buildings and lots. We have the ability to purchase property, to sell property, to lease property, to sublet it, to many things that a city really can't do or is very cumbersome in doing. For instance, to sell a piece of property, the city has to do an announcement, it's called a 360, I think. We don't have those constraints as a redevelopment agency. So this building is on the market now for sale and is a wonderful building. Could actually be for 2 tenants. And I actually have a brewery interested in the community and establishing a brewing operation here. It has the equipment. The back is could be a big bay door where there was a fire department, I guess, years ago, maybe.
It was.
There's a big air room in the back.
Or
There's a
City Hall.
City Hall.
There's it's kind of dividable in the middle. The front is more retail oriented, could be a retail shop. We have another tenant in the back. And in the backyard, even there's room for catenary linings that are beautiful, oak tree, could be seating out there. And then one of the recommendations I'm gonna have with this, with our land development code is that we look at our parking requirements for downtown. This parking here is really inadequate. If you park there with a full-size truck, back of your truck is in the lane. So
I have trouble parking. I parked there this last weekend and even my car stuck out. I mean, you wouldn't
Yeah,
believe how I
we
was
could-
parking trying to keep that from.
So I would recommend we convert that space into an outdoor seating area, with lighting and so we could even have perhaps a food establishment in the front, the side, the brewery in the back. A lot of opportunities there, particularly when right across the street, if we purchase the lot, which is also for sale, we could have another center of activity and really begin to create a node downtown of place to go, Friday night, a good time, where retailers, we have folks in the community, I think would come out, establish a retail or a food and beverage service. So those 2 properties are for sale and what I want to see if you guys are up, some, in my experience over the years, sometimes boards say we shouldn't get in the market. My feeling is that the market's not responding, so we need to stimulate the market and get in there. And then we'd have the option over the years, someone came to us and said, oh, what you done with the building, it's great. We want to buy it from you and bring that to you, and you can make that decision at that time. You know, it's wouldn't sell the bank building, and we would do this through a loan with the bank. I've talked to the bank. They say we're in a very good position as a city. We would essentially, we would borrow $300,000 as an example. We wouldn't use it until we made a purchase. We would take the money we needed, and then we would be obligated, we would pledge the future revenue of the CRA for that obligation would be, after 2 years, we would amortize it over time. So, and then once if we sold it, we would pay the money back, and we'd go look for another, property. We would continue to instigate redevelopment downtown. So that's what I'm looking for tonight, is to see if I've got, if you're on board, I'll come back to you with contracts, with offers. I've actually ordered appraisals on both these properties. I always like to have an appraisal, so people want to know why we pay what we pay. To me, I'll pay what we want to pay, what we need to pay to get it to do what we want to do. But it's good to know what they're appraising at the value of the market. So,
And you went to Ocala and looked at, they have a box, they have a container community there, don't they?
they do, yeah. It's phenomenal. It's giant, much bigger than this. I actually first went to one in Costa Rica. Container flats it's called, and they have a vertical ones, a rock wall, and they have ones that are like a bridge, and there's a bar up top. You look down over the seating area. It's amazing. And this one could be similar. We could actually have a theater at the back, outside screen. We show movies.
Lego or something.
Yeah.
You just kind of keep building and building and building.
We need to find a developer who knows how to build those things out and so forth.
We had a community up in, well, in Seaside where we lived, up in that area, and they did Airstreams. And all along the beach, they had, each business had their own Airstream. And they had shaved ice Airstream, they had a barbecue Airstream, each one, they had a smoothie Airstream, and they were all lined up. They had, of course, it was, you know, they had requirements that they had to meet, but they were all converted to the businesses, yeah.
I just did a simple, there'd be one container that would be bathrooms, for instance, and be a dumpster in the back, and there'd be a space for again, I'd love to have a place where the food trailer or food truck could change out every month. Either for just for variety, but if we ended up with primarily little retailers, we want some food and beverage in there. So this is simplistic view of how that might play out.
And these are not permanent, so if somebody does come in and wants to build on that spot, we could move it to another location.
You move it across
So
the
we
street
could-
to the middle of the corner. The other corner, we own the opposite corner. We would have 3 corners there. We could do something there.
How much is that building for sale for?
The old city hall.
I think it was what, 150?
They're asking
It was a
150.
bank at one
Yeah, I
time.
think they're asking, I think right now they're asking 150 for it.
Which is actually reasonable, because at one time it was about 300,000. It's 299, I believe. So they're, I guess they're want to sell it finally.
Okay, Mayor, I have a couple questions.
Okay.
Charles, you and I think have discussed this once. You were talking about what pretty building that was, all that. Have you actually been in it?
Yes, I have.
Okay, because I had asked you, I was in that building just a couple years ago, whatever. The roof in the back seemed to be falling in. Did you tell me that has been repaired?
The realtor said that there was a relatively new roof in the last 3 or 4 years. I'll check on that, obviously.
I don't know, because
You would have noticed it if you were in there.
Well, there's interior, but the water damage looked old.
Okay.
Well, my concern is as you go, it's not the front part of the building, it's the back part of the building, very, very back part. I would be concerned, A, that the roof was fixed, and B, what is the condition of the ceiling where, because it looked like a substantial amount of water had leaked in there.
Exactly. We'll check on the roof.
Mold, blah, blah, and then it's a beautiful building. You may have noticed there's, in the front, there's those little, like
Tiles.
it's either 6-sided or 8-sided tiles, and they're coming apart.
Yeah.
The current owner and tenants have not cared for that. I think that's an old picture. I think the plants have been cleared up. But what would, you said you would borrow 300,000 for both the properties? Or-
Well, I'd have that available.
Okay,
so,
that would be the line of
yeah.
credit, but so, because my concern is just, we're pledging the future, that we're pledging the assets of the CRA. So basically, you're taking out like a line of credit.
Essentially, it
And-
could mean a third of our future revenue we'd have to have for a mortgage payment if we borrowed every bit of that.
Right, so if we borrowed $200,000, I mean, that would, basically, we would be making payments, right?
Yes, we make monthly payments.
Okay, so could, do you have a figure of what the impact that would be to the CRA budget?
I do roughly, in my commitment talk with the bank, they used the example of $500,000. He estimated it would be $5,000 a month that we would be paying. So based on that model, be a fraction of that. So we have to know, so I think I estimated next year we might have $90,000 if we only have in revenue, new revenue. So I figure probably a third of that, we may have to pay a mortgage payment. And what we would do with our tenants, what I'd recommend is, for instance, the back does have a lot of ceiling damage, but as a brewery, we could just rip that out and not replace it. And so we could work with the tenants to, in lieu of rent, they build it out. We make arrangements where we get them in there. So we won't have a revenue stream necessarily for a couple of years because we want to incentivize startup. You'll pay the electric and the water and your phone, and your cable and all that. But the rent is a grant, so to speak, to help you get on your feet. And then we'll slowly ramp it up as you're successful and continue to grow. It begins to go up and up and up and up.
This is just, it's really thinking outside the box, and so we've got to be willing to think
Well,
outside the
nothing
box.
is working otherwise.
But
so
nothing else is working at
I'm
this
for
point.
I don't
this.
think it's outside the box. I think it's actually very progressive thinking.
Well, that's what I meant, outside of what we've,
done.
what we've done. So we've got to be open to, we have to be open to new opportunities. So. Okay.
So is there any objection? I think I hear pretty much a consensus to move forward. Also, I'll bring you some deals. We'll see what we can do.
All right, that sounds
Thank you,
great
that's all I
to
have.
me.
Mayor, before we close the
I have a
CRA,
question.
Hold on just 1 second, please. Yes.
okay, before we close the CRA, I just wanted to ask Charles a couple of CRA related questions.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so, you have the grant program and you have this idea to buy the building. One concern I have, again, that relates to marketing, we have the Sprague House is a historic building. It's up for sale. I don't see any activity there. What are the possibilities that we could get some assistance in marketing from the Chamber of Commerce?
You can ask.
Because, there's really not a lot going on in our downtown.
Yeah.
And the second thing related to that is I am, and I guess I could ask you this now or in your city manager's report. I'm very concerned that, we are not having any possibilities with the economic development position.
I have an interview on Monday.
Okay,
Yeah.
because it wasn't in your report.
No, well, it just happens.
It just happened, so.
Okay, all right, well, so, but it just, it seems to me like we have buildings for sale downtown, we're thinking about buying one of them. But any help that we can get from the chamber, don't they have a new person who's supposed to?
Sam,
That's it, is it Ruiz?
I believe so, yeah.
Actually, we're gonna invite him down to speak to the Economic Vitality Committee to give us a process of their efforts and let them know what we're doing, as well as the SBDC gentleman representative that's housed up there.
Right, but I don't really want to talk to him, I want him to help us. I want him to, I think that's great, but I want him to get in there and pitch us.
Right.
So, and specifically, things that we.
Is that it?
Okay, that was
Is that it? Okay. Diane?
What happened to the CRA advisory board, of which I was a member? Used to have all the other advisory boards, but what happened to the CRA?
I don't know.
He probably didn't even know there was. a
Yes,
CRA.
yes, there was a CRA advisory board, and I was an active member. And I'm also, at least at the time that I joined the CRA advisory board, myself and Lisa DeVito were the only ones who had taken the CRA class. So, we have a CRA, but we don't have an advisory board. And I believe we need to reinstitute that advisory board, and I would like to be on it.
Thank you.
Good volunteer.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, with that, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to close out the CRA and open up our general meeting. We're going to finish this up with city manager report. Charles, you have the floor.
Okay, and I found out, I apologize, I didn't put a printed copy in your hard copy. I did send it out in email as a separate attachment, but that was my oversight.
We're gonna give you, you've had a lot going on.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
every commissioners, we are going to give him grace tonight, right
Yeah,
now.
we got a
We
lot.
forgive you. Do not
Yeah,
worry.
he's had a lot going on in this last week, and
Yes,
so
yes, yes.
we're just glad you're here. Thank
I
you.
did want to bring up, actually, I want to acknowledge Commissioner Burton provided me with the lead on a pressure washer. He's scheduled next week. Pressure wash both buildings and sidewalks. So, probably the middle of the week that'll get done.
I was pulling lollipops off the, out here.
Yeah, sure is.
Yeah, I took them off and took them over to the garbage, and I'm like, we really have got to, I'm just gonna get the hose out. And he said, no, we're pressure washing it.
I seen it.
Yeah, you saw it, yeah.
I also
well,
want to mention, next week, our Netmore Drill will have their first visit to the community. And they'll be for one, our branding consultant. Branding folks Tuesday and Wednesday, and they're interested in meeting one-on-one with leaders in the community. So if any of you yourselves are interested in meeting with him, be Aaron Arnett, or know someone you really want him to talk to, please let me know and we'll make those arrangements. It'll be Tuesday and Wednesday. He'll be here all day, both days to make those kind of meetings.
We need to reach out to businesses and residents that would be impacted by that.
I'm gonna reach out to the planning and zoning board as well as city boards. Those are folks that are obviously have such an interest that they're spending their time, so.
Y'all have any other questions from what he's given us?
I do have some questions for Charles. Just my concern is I'm glad to hear that you have someone to interview for the economic development / Main Street, whatever position it is. But again, if this person doesn't work out, I really am concerned that we don't have anyone, if this doesn't work out, do you think we should consider redoing the job description or, one thought that I shared with you previously is if you couldn't get a professional, maybe you should get a paraprofessional to assist you, with the Main Street tasks, which are many, until you could get someone.
We might consider someone part-time. We have a local candidate who, due to personal circumstances, couldn't do full-time right now.
Sure.
But might consider part-time, which would work into a full-time. That's another possibility.
Okay.
What about making it like a national, go out nationally and put it out there? Why does it have to be, just?
Well, I think we put. You
I put it on the
Indeed
national
and
Main Street
national.
site and it's on Indeed.com.
So it is out
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
Right. I'm just saying, this is first, it was advertised part-time because that was the money they told us they had available. But even though full-time now, people aren't beating down our doors. So I'm just concerned that as time goes on, you are trying to manage the city and the CRA and the downtown development. And I know that there are many tasks to be performed. So I guess, if this works out, great, but if it doesn't, would you consider an alternative so that you have extra hands available?
I could look at a recruiter is another option.
There you go. I mean, I just think it's kind of time, if this doesn't work out, to do something
Yeah,
different.
I agree, yeah, too much work on this one person.
Right, and then, I asked you about the spray house and Sam Ruiz, could you help us? Oh, very important question. Regarding a clarion, You had mentioned in your report what they're doing for us, but their contract is for a year. We actually originally talked about 6 months. Where do you see this going with Clarion?
Right now, I see us needing them all the way through the end of their contract. Jim has been just an invaluable addition to their team, and wish I could hire him, but he's been a great help, and will continue to do so. We have some interviews this week to fill our vacant position, a payroll position, or accounts payable. We'll back up the staff fully and move forward.
Right, the contract is over at the end of March, is that
Yes.
right? So I guess that seemed like we're almost there. But do you see it continuing after March, or can we do without that?
Right now, I hope we could wrap it up in March.
Because
We're gonna need to revisit that probably the 1st of February, maybe.
Yeah, as we get closer, we'll have those conversations, how we're doing. Right now, I'm glad he's here.
Yeah. He definitely has helped tremendously. You have anything else? Commissioner Burton, you have anything for Charles?
No.
Okay. Commissioner Banks?
No.
Commissioner West?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Commissioner DeVito? Are you good?
Well, just one more issue I wanted to bring up. I know I asked Charles, there seems to be something a little inconsistent about the way notices go out about city meetings. As I've checked, I signed up on our city website to get notices of every single meeting that there is. But the one meeting that I don't get notice of, other than on my city commissioner email, I don't get a notice, which means other people don't get notices of the city commission meeting. I get notices for the boards, I get notices for all the social events, but somehow the same kind of alert that goes out for the social events and the board is not popping up for the commission meeting. And there's, when you sign up to get the notice of the meeting and the agenda, then you have an expectation that will come to you, and it's not.
I know she's asked about this a couple of times. Have we spoken to our website provider to make sure that in fact she's listed on there and she's getting the notices that she should be getting?
She's definitely listed on there.
Okay.
She's getting all the notices.
Can you talk to them, Karen, and find out?
I will again tomorrow.
Okay.
But I don't think it's just me.
Well,
What I'm
making
saying
sure
is,
that everybody gets that notice when you send that out for the general meeting, and why it's different from all of our other ones. If she's getting all the other board meetings, why is she not getting this one? Or other public, if the public's not getting it. So if we can just check that out, that would be awesome.
I'm
The
sorry,
public did not get notice of this commission meeting.
right, because what I've noticed is it doesn't generate in the same way, because Charles, I asked him about it, and he responded to me. There's not one of those notifications generated because the meeting never appears in the crawler over the city website.
Okay,
Other
so
things
Karen,
are.
you can look into that. Will you look into that, please? Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. I mean, I know that we're sending out that our notifications are greater than they've ever been, and they're getting the whole packets, and people have come to me and been very thankful that they're getting the entire packet of information that we get. Are you not getting that too?
No,
Yeah. Charles, that's
absolutely
going
not.
out, correct?
The packet
The entire
goes on the
packet.
website,
Yeah,
yes.
it goes
Right,
on
but
the
what I'm
It's not
website.
there this month, and we didn't get notification. of the
But
meeting.
what I'm
Well,
saying
we've
is-
had, okay, let me go ahead and make some clarifications for this month, and we are gonna ask for some grace, okay? Charles tries really hard to get everything out. I had him in the emergency room last Wednesday with kidney stone that he ended up having to go under surgery for. And so he was out, he tried to get everything out. And so we're just gonna, if we can, please just give him some grace right now.
Well, I'll say,
It's not
here's the
that.
You got
notice
it?
I got on November 12th. I'm getting them. I signed up on the website.
Okay,
I get a email and a text.
Okay.
And this was November 12th. It went out about tonight's meeting.
so he has been exceptional as far as making sure that we get everything that we need.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying. It doesn't have anything to do, I'm not criticizing Charles for being out in the hospital or anything like that. It was for the November meeting and for this meeting. There, okay, what I'm trying to say is, when the agenda is ready, the city does not generate a notice that says the meeting is here and here's the agenda. You get it for a board, you get it for a community activity. But, okay, so a notice goes out November, it went out November 12th for the December meeting.
So the December 9th meeting. went
Right,
on
but
November
but at that time, there were no documents attached. So what people I think are not getting is, and we used to get this, a notice that says the meeting is happening and here's your agenda and here's your packet. That is not being
Correct. We do
generated.
not do a second notification that the agenda is ready.
Okay,
Right,
That'll
but,
take another news and activities post or whatever.
right.
so we're
but-
only doing one and not two. Okay, let's wrap this. I just want to wrap this
Okay,
up.
but what I'm saying is, it's
You've done
important
42.
because you are allowed to go on the website and you sign up saying, I want to get a notice with the agenda. And that doesn't happen. If there's an early notice, but there's not
You
the.
get a notice of the date, but not that the agenda is ready.
Exactly.
That's correct.
So,
And-
so what you're asking for, let's
Yeah.
break it down. You're asking for an agenda with the
A notice.
documentation and the notice and the agenda.
Right, because you sign up for it.
Okay, well, you sign up
You
for
got
all
that.
notifications.
We'll just do
But
another.
You
it-
sign up for all notifications.
Right, but it says
Okay.
specifically that you will.
Okay,
get
okay, we got it. I think we got it.
it. Okay.
We got it, guys? Okay. No, I got it. I got it. I'm sure Karen and Charles have got it. So from now on, we'll send that out separate
As another announcement.
as another announcement. Okay. Sorry, Karen.
That's okay.
Okay. So everybody good with that? Commissioner DeVito, you good with that?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Saying, otherwise, take it off the website and tell people that they're disenrolled or something. Because there's
Okay, okay. Do we have anything else that, that we need to ask Charles at this time? Okay, we good? Mr. Pickens?
The only thing I have is, George, I met with Charles a couple weeks ago, and we identified the 8 properties with the code name that the city commission may be interested in foreclosure. So we moved forward and ordered title searches on all 8 of those properties. They're not done yet. Hopefully at the next meeting, I can make a presentation as to those 8 properties, but it may be the February meeting. I don't know.
And one of those properties is next to the other property that we're
Yeah.
looking at. Yeah, so the other one on the next to that one. Yeah. And that's just a shell. Is that correct? The inside of that's just a shell?
Forward to that.
Okay. Okay. Is that all you got, Mr. Pickens?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Anybody have any questions of Mr. Pickens?
Yes, it's my understanding that, and I know Commissioner Banks does not agree with this, but this is the rules. You were going to look at the status of the RV park compliance.
Yes, I actually had a conversation with the owner yesterday, I think, or the day before, giving a status update. They are just about ready to submit their final site plan. All work on the site has stopped. And they're just waiting for their engineer to finish up the plans. He'll have a preliminary plan, not the final full set of plans for me this month. But that's not something we can review. It'll just be like an FYI. They'll have the full engineered plans. His goal is to have it for the January planning and zoning meeting. They said the reality is that since we send it out a week ahead of time, he might not make that deadline. So it may come to the planning and zoning board in February.
Right, because I'm really asking, I noticed you had the planning and zoning minutes in our packet. And I noticed in that meeting, the chairman of planning and zoning, Ted Carmichael, raised some concerns about the RV park and the impact on the neighbors and requested that the fence go up.
He did.
Right, and is the impact on the neighbors issue resolved?
Well, everything is stopped out there, so I think it's probably.
I'm a neighbor.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm down there and it's, I mean, when you drive down there, there's still some buffer. I mean, there's still enough buffer right there and it's actually, it's very attractive. I mean, right now, I mean, when you drive down there, I'm a neighbor, so.
Right, well, I don't know which neighbors he was talking about, but there's some closer ones. And then when I had raised questions and a resident had raised questions about compliance, Charles took me to the site to meet with Mr. Gilmore. And one of the things that he said to me seemed very unusual. I don't know if this has been resolved, because he didn't leave apparently the vegetation buffer that was shown in the plans. He said to me specifically that apparently he owns out to the middle of South Prospect Street.
Yeah, I have not followed up on that. He said his survey indicated that his property went out to the center of the road.
Well,
When we get his plans in, that'll be part of that conversation.
right, because the sidewalk was put in by DOT and with the understanding that that was public property. So that just seemed very unusual, and that would throw off the whole site plan, right?
Yeah, and I didn't act on that. We didn't have a survey, this survey, so we'll get all that, and that'll be part of the review for the final site plan.
Okay. All right, just wanted to ask about that. People have been asking about it.
Do you have anything else?
No, not right now.
Okay.
Thank you
Okay,
very much.
Commissioner Burton, do you have anything? And we're gonna end on a positive note. So if you don't have anything, can you share something positive?
I positively don't have anything.
I do.
Ms. Ash?
I got one more thing I want to talk about
Which building?
Commission, I'm gonna
Which building?
put it to you. With these buildings that we're talking
Yeah,
about,
I want to come and talk about the building.
commissioners, I'm gonna leave it up to you. We've closed public comment, but we can allow Ms. Ash to come up for, I'm gonna give you 2 minutes.
This will be the last time, because I'm ready.
This is gonna be the last time.
This is my suggestion. Now, that building has been for sale several times. Now, I don't know whether the, city, are we gonna go into the rental business now? I think we do need, since the CRA goes that way downtown there, it is good to revitalize. But I don't think, so what happens if we borrow money, put it in the building, and we don't get a positive return, the tenant don't stay, then we got a building that if nobody moves in it, we gotta put it back on the market and just about give it away like they doing this here, because it's been for sale several times. One of my suggestions is, why don't we take this big parking lot we bought over here, sitting there empty, that the city spent money on, tearing those buildings down with city money, grant money, why don't we pave that place? Make it really nice. And let's do just what you said with them little carts. And make it a downtown affair on the weekends. And when we're not using it, we can rent the spaces. Food trucks come in every weekend, different ones. If you're gonna have your entertainment right there, you know, they got that, they used to have a thing in Jacksonville where they call it, it was a big festival up there. They shut it down about 4 or 5 years ago. I happened to be at it. What was it? Once, yeah. And it was a beautiful thing too. And the carts, everything, this, and it went like 2 or 3 days. And you can rent those spaces out and you can market that to guests. Then we can receive people to come into our city and come into our city, and they can rent a cot, rent a space for a couple $100. That place big enough to put parking and rental spaces for $200 to $500. And if you market it right, you'll get the St. Augustine people, the Palaca people in here. And it's something we can do on a continuous basis. And when we're not using it for that, we can use it for RV parking whenever we do have other things and car shows and things. Put the money in the parking lot, because it's right downtown.
Thank you, Ms. Ash.
All right.
Very good suggestion.
Yes, I was gonna say it's a very good suggestion.
Very good
It
suggestion.
really is. Thank you.
Thank you. And you know what? Thank you all for being here tonight. We've had, I like seeing that we have residents here and that they've got their input. They're getting their input in. Commissioner Banks, do you have anything?
I don't know.
Okay, what positive thing do you have to end on tonight?
Let me go home.
I'll tell you what.
no place like that.
You guys, okay. Commissioner West?
I like the idea of helping the city get started with that building or our parking lot. I like that positive idea at all, because haven't had anything going.
We gotta do something.
We gotta do something this
We
year.
gotta do something. So, Commissioner DeVito, and what's positive? Wait a second, Commissioner West, give us some positive encouragement.
I thought that was.
Okay. Go ahead. Okay, Commissioner DeVito.
Okay, I have a couple things. The first one is, I didn't do this last meeting because it was a very long meeting. Advocacy legislative session starts in January. There is a bill that the League of Cities supports that would be very good for Crescent City if it can pass. It is a bill that would allow cities and counties to set aside smoking areas and non-smoking areas at parks and beaches. And people have asked us for this. So the Senate and House member that are running this are Senator Bradley and the Senate, and I think Representative Fine. They're both from Brevard County, which has a lot of parks and beaches. And actually Keith Perry, our Senator Keith Perry, is on the next committee that basically smoking area bill will go to.
Okay, so
Then-
everybody write him.
Right.
Go ahead.
So, and I will send you this
Okay,
information
that'll
if
be
you
great.
like.
Thank you.
A very bad bill that is important for everybody to know about, that the League of Cities is very concerned about, is the local ordinances bill, Senate Bill 280 by Senator Hudson, who is right next door to us. That would essentially, it's so economically burdensome that it would put small cities like ours out of business. And at the advocacy committee that I attended back in November, the League of Cities they feel that it's going to pass, that they have no choice but to deal on it. And I raised the issue with them: when you deal, you have to make this something that very small, economically disadvantaged cities can live with. That we're in a very
And
different.
maybe they can
position.
even exempt us out based on our population.
Exactly, and Mayor Watts in Willaca is on top of that issue as
Yeah,
well.
Jamie, Mayor
Right.
Watts and I talked about it.
So, good. So that is very, very important, and we all might want to write to our senators and representatives and speak to them. So the positive thing is the League of Cities is working hard for us, and we can help them. I wanted to thank everybody for listening to the presentation from the Continuum of Care. I do not share Mr. King's negative view of the point in time homeless count, because this is the way it's set up, and part of the activity is to find a way to help people. So couple of things. I think we need a parking plan for downtown. I've said this before, but based on what Charles is showing us, I hope that that's going to come out of the design committee or something. I think before we make too many plans downtown, we need a parking plan. And as well, it's been on my mind that even more than the legislature, we need to ask the county to help us with some things. And that would be social services. We can't solve the homeless problem by ourselves with the city of Crescent City. And I think we need to, well, we're gonna have the interlocal agreement. We need to stay on top of the county with helping us with things like activities for children that people have mentioned, homelessness, and our fire services. So that's very, very important. And the last thing is, it's my understanding that the mayor, that you go to quite a few meetings, correct?
Yes.
And I think, right. Is it possible? I noticed, I think on the Willaca commission meetings, that the mayor gives a report about some of the activities. I would love for us to take a little time and hear from you about what's going on and what you're talking about with the county and the other municipalities. So would love to hear from you on that. And that's what I have.
Okay, thank you. I think we need to, as a commission, we need to be very careful that if we agree or disagree with one of our residents when they speak, that we not share that necessarily, that we keep it to ourselves, because I don't want anybody not to come up and speak for fear that somebody's going to not agree with them and so we've got to be careful with that. We got to be careful with that on Facebook as well. Something did come out on Facebook about one of our you know, residents' comments that they made. And we just have to be careful because we don't want anybody not to want to come to the podium. It's very intimidating to come to the podium and speak your mind. Well, it is. I mean, it is for a lot of people, not for Miss Ash, not for Diane. It's not, but for a lot of people, and they've got issues that are near and dear to their heart. And so we just really need to be sensitive, us as a commission need to be sensitive to that and making sure that when they do come up, that, that they feel welcomed and that everybody's opinion is valid, whether or not we agree with it or not. Every opinion is valid. And so with that, on a great note, we've got the crappie festival the crappie tournament, I always want to call it a festival, is coming back in January. This is a great opportunity. Bass Pro is one of their sponsors. So they'll be here January 8th. We're going to welcome them with open arms. We've got the movie. I'm excited about the movie. And with that, I think really good news. The commission, have any more meetings until January. Woo! Yep. So, and so with that, I wish everybody a Merry Christmas and a happy holiday. Thank you all for being here, and the meeting is adjourned without a motion. That's okay.